It's
Let's
7.
vote.
It's 7.
All right. All right, everybody come to order. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting now. It's
not on.
7 p.m. Anybody hear me? It's 7 p.m. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. If I can get the clerk to go ahead and take a roll call.
Mayor Troopman, Vice Mayor Tudor,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner O'Halpin,
Here.
Commissioner Samaria.
Here.
All right, if we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Dan, you want to lead?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
Do we have any additions, deletions, or withdrawals from the agenda?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Excuse me one second. I have an announcement to make first. Mayor Trutman resigned today. We received her letter just right a little after 5 tonight. And so she has resigned, so we will be having to have another special election. So that may affect how you guys look at the rest of the agenda. So please keep that in mind.
Excuse me, City Manager, do we have, sorry. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Go ahead.
Do we have a copy of the letter that the Commissioner?
I have one here. I haven't sent it out yet, but I can. Have you-
I'd
can you
like
send
to
it out,
see a
Rosanna?
copy of the letter, please.
I'll distribute.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there's a few that I would like to bring up earlier. I would like 14D, 16A, and 6C to come after 5B.
Can you repeat, please?
Do I need to make that into a motion?
Can you
Oh,
take the items again?
14D, 16A, and 6C. That's FP&L. And that's have it come after 5B.
I don't have a problem with that. I agree.
Do I make that into a motion, or just everybody
Well, do we go
just?
through all of them
At the
first,
end,
or how's that
whatever.
work? 'Cause I have a couple I want
All
to talk about as well.
commissioners.
Well, let's go ahead and first go with hers to see if there's a consensus among the commission that they want to move those items.
Okay, let's,
It would be appropriate for you to go ahead and do it in the form of a motion with the second, so we can change the agenda with that.
make the motion.
I make a motion to move those after 5B.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No.
You
So-
opposed?
Yes,
Okay.
but it passes 3-1. Was there any other items?
Okay, go
I have
ahead.
some.
No, you already-
Is my mic working? No? Okay. I would like to move 6B, the new special magistrate ratification, to March or at the very end of this meeting. We have a lot of things to cover in this meeting tonight that are kind of big, and I'd like to put that one towards the end or move it to March if that were possible.
Commissioner, excuse me. Ms. Cannon is here for this meeting.
Okay.
So she is here tonight. So
Can we
just so
move it
you're
to the end of the meeting?
aware. Unfortunately, she's not available then.
Okay, then leave it where it is. I'd like to move 9, the Charter Review Advisory Board's final report, to a special meeting. I'd like us to set a date tonight. That board did an awful lot of work on their proposals, and I think that merits a separate discussion, so we have the time to look into them really thoroughly. So I'd like to move that to a special meeting that would take place before the March meeting, so we would still have the opportunity to stick to the deadline to get things onto the election, onto the ballot in November.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we'll move that to a special meeting. We'll set a date at a later
Date
time.
to be determined.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple of other things. Is it a workshop, a meeting? I don't know. What would it be?
It seems it would be appropriate for this type of discussion to be a workshop item, because you will need to go through both the items that are within the report, and then you may have some additional items that you
Okay.
want to add that then you can vote on at your March meeting. Just for the purposes of the record, you will need to do that in the form of an ordinance, just so that it's clear.
Okay. Well, I wanted to move 14C, remove it altogether, but because the mayoral election was added to the agenda, is it necessary to even request to do that, or do we just keep it where it is?
If Commissioner Samari, that's his item, so if he has no objection to removing it, then
Well,
we
yep.
can remove it.
If we're having the mayoral election, it seems redundant to me.
If we're going to follow what I have in it as the recommendations, then I have no problem. My concern my concern is how this mayor is going to be selected tonight. I wanted to follow the way I have it in my thing.
Got it.
If it's going to follow the way I have it by recommendation, then I have no problem removing it. Otherwise, I want that to be in the same spot. It's just moving the item up to where the 5B. Just move that item 14C, make it 5B, and it'll tie right into what I'm talking about.
Can you move the contents of 14C, the way that the mayor will be elected, can you move it into 5B?
Sure. Vice Mayor, if you don't mind me speaking to this item.
Go ahead.
Your charter does require, because you have a newly formed commission, to have an election on your mayor. But now the mayor has resigned, so you will go ahead and handle this the way you would typically handle the choosing of a new mayor, which is in line with what was in your agenda item and in line with the way it would be handled. So you could remove it, you can move it together, so it's just, you have both items handled together,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I want to keep it on the record, but we can move it into the item, because it basically explains how I wanted it.
It's 5B.
Yeah.
It's
I
I
okay.
think it's
5B.
appropriate, because it'll be done in that manner.
Yes,
It's consistent with that manner, so that's fine.
yes.
Okay, so we'll move that. I would like to move 14D, the village manager discussion, to immediately after 5B. You just place something else there.
I
Or
already
is
did that.
That's the one you moved. Okay, fair
Did
enough. The village attorney discussion, 14E, I would like to follow that to immediately follow
I
the
did
village
that.
manager. Oh,
I
you
did
did?
that
How did I
also.
miss that? Okay. I'm off to a
Gotta be quick
rip-roaring
there, Matt.
start here. Okay, I would like to add, like this agenda needs more stuff. I would like to add a conversation about Waste Pro. I met with Christian last week. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that out loud. And Christian informed me that the Waste Pro contract was actually extended by 6 months, so now it's going to expire in March.
It's April 30th.
It's April 30th. Okay, you told me March on Friday, so it's April.
Okay, my son owns property in Biscayne Farm, handicapped, got hit by a car. I don't know what's going on with the trash machine, but something's looking very funky. Okay, not picking it up. Now, either you merge with Miami Shore, what did you do with the health?
We're gonna-
the
We're going to be,
workers that was cleaning up? No, I can't stay because he just got off the road. I said, Raheem, do you want to come to Nunn?
Wait,
He just got off the road.
Excuse
So,
me.
and then I talked to two neighbors, one blind man, another one, and like, oh no, I don't want to just keep my head down.
Ma'am,
Could you give me your name and we'll get back to you?
I'm not
No, we'll call you.
all you want to.
Can you give me your address so we can take care of it?
I don't even have time. My all is handicapped.
Can you provide us your address?
Signs on over there, a blind man, okay? So who is the commissioner?
Ma'am, can you provide us your,
Maybe you need to merge with
Ma'am.
Miami Shore.
ma'am, can you provide us your address?
Because you get very sloppy.
Ma'am, can you provide us your address? Well, we can't help you with no address.
see what you did? See what you did? You brought out all these people.
And that is the joys of Biscayne Park.
Well, speaking of trash,
I think we have a problem with Waste Pro.
speaking of trash, the Waste Pro contract. So now it's up the end of April. So we have
It's
an
the end of
opportunity
April,
to renegotiate, to try to get some teeth put into that agreement.
We do
I
indeed.
would like to add I'd like to add that to the agenda tonight if we can fit that in. If we wait until March, we may not have time. Or if we put it on the March agenda, will we have time?
It'll be tight. So.
Well, then maybe we should add that
Let's
tonight.
ask David Hernandez.
I'll-
If we had this at March, would that give us enough time?
That would give us just over a month.
Yes,
but-
please,
yeah.
come up to the podium.
I guess, to be transparent, we had discussions between me, myself, the manager, myself, and Waste Pro. We've had discussions. We were trying to figure out how we can work with North Miami to get teeth from the North Miami contract that they had provided with Waste Pro. When they approved theirs, we were supposed to sit down and discuss how we were going to benefit what North Miami did. Unfortunately, those discussions were broken for the simple reason that the city manager, which is somebody that I've known very well, Larry Springs, had just resigned. And that happened about a month ago. Therefore, the manager and myself had a discussion of what we're going to do, and we were going to discuss, again, to sit down with Waste Pro. And because we wanted to have a conversation with North Miami to see what they did and how we were going to benefit from it, and we had a plan of action. Unfortunately, that plan of action right now is stalled. So I don't know if we're going to be able to. I know that Waste Pro will come to the table. That's not the issue. But I think that now we just had to extend it a couple of months to give us breathing room to make sure that we still keep the operations going. So, Commissioner, with all due respect, I think, yes, it's time to put the teeth on Waste Pro. Definitely. Do we have a month to negotiate? We're gonna have to kind of like start from scratch.
So you're saying because we're not going to be able to partner with North Miami in this discussion?
That we were in discussion with North Miami.
Right.
Those discussions fell apart after the
when
manager
left.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the discussion that the manager and myself had, because we met twice, Mr. Manager. We met twice with North Miami.
North Miami, yes.
Right. We met twice with North Miami. We met twice with Waste Pro.
You met with them prior to the first contract that expired 4 months ago or whatever? Or
Yes.
You met with them in the interim?
Both.
In the interim, in both?
Both
Okay.
times. We've been discussing.
Okay.
We've been having conversations with Kenneth, Russell Max, the principal owner. I mean, we've been negotiating. We understand the issues, and we basically know that we have to put teeth in it. Definitely, we have to put teeth into the new contract.
Is it appropriate to bring them into the meeting and so we can all have a conversation with them?
I think what appropriate would be if we get to the point that this body, this is what we want, but obviously the manager and I think myself has to get into what negotiations we're going to do and what teeth we're going to have to put into that contract.
So we can see what you're working on. Would it be appropriate for you to come to the March meeting and sort of present us what you're asking for?
Yes.
So we can weigh in on that?
The manager and myself,
Absolutely.
we've even discussed that.
Okay.
We've even discussed that because we just need more teeth.
Okay. So my request was to put Waste Pro on this agenda. So can I change that and request, I mean, I know we'll do this later, but let's get it on the March agenda and charge you with coming in here and showing us, kind of list out what you see as the issues.
What my thought
the
process is,
opportunities,
correct.
Your thoughts. Yeah, come in here
I
and
totally agree with you.
present it to us. That'd be great.
I have no problems.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, I think we're good on that.
We are. Thank
Yeah.
you, David.
Okay.
I also, sorry, I like to have, we are going to have Waste Pro there too, right?
Well,
It's
for
not-
this,
it's
No,
I
for this-
think
For this
if we're
meeting,
gonna
we don't need to have it?
David come in, it should just be him sort of laying it
Okay.
out for us, and then maybe we decide when Waste Pro comes back in. I mean, clearly we have issues. I hear it constantly. I don't experience it that much myself, but I hear it, and I believe that it's happening village-wide. So
It
we need
has
to address it.
increased lately,
Okay.
in particular. So we're aware of that.
Okay,
and we've
very
been
good.
on them.
I would, go ahead.
No, I thought we were going to go next, going 14D, that would be, you're talking about, yeah.
No, I'm still,
changes.
we're still
Okay.
making changes. I think we have to vote on the whole thing. I'm going to scratch this one. I would like to add a discussion of the lawsuit that the village has that just closed out with against one of the commissioners. I'd like to add that to the agenda and have a conversation about that, please. I need some clarity on some things that happened. Not regarding strategies moving forward. I want to have a conversation about what already happened. And the judge dismissed the case as of last week, and I'd like to have a conversation about some of the things that took place there.
As I've said, in emails to a few people, I always recommend not to discuss litigation, and while you're correct to say that the case has been dismissed, there's still appeal times and other times. I'd rather do it individually. That's usually a better, more cautious way to handle it. That being said, it's certainly within your bailiwick to ask to go ahead and keep it on your agenda, recognizing that when you have a discussion in the open, that could have some effect on the litigation. I did not personally handle the litigation, although I'm very knowledgeable and I know to most expect what occurred in it. So to the extent that I'm capable of answering those questions, and you decide you want to go ahead and have that conversation, although as I've said, I always recommend not to have discussions about litigation on
Understood.
the record. That's
Could-
really within your decision
Okay.
point.
Could we have the conversation and you would kind of keep us in bounds and if the conversation goes somewhere that you think might be questionable, you could sort of keep us from heading in the wrong direction?
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I would like to have that conversation. There are some specific things, short of discussing, the merits of the case moving forward, that I would like to question. Anybody else have feelings about that?
I'll see what the other commissioners have
I'd
to
like
say.
to proceed on 14D.
What we're going to, but I'm still going down a list of things that I want to add.
I think it would be proper for you to go down your list. Go
Okay.
ahead and take a motion
Okay.
on all those items.
Okay.
Just, and we can move on to somebody else.
Okay. At the December 3rd meeting, it was decided there would be a second reading of the decorum rules. I'm not sure they were called that officially, but they're not on the agenda. That was in December, it was decided they would be on tonight's agenda, and they're not here.
No, they're not. And we just weren't ready to put them on. We had a new commission coming in, and we had a full agenda tonight.
Okay, so will we see them in March?
You'll see them in March.
Okay, wonderful. And that'll be the second reading. Okay. And would it be appropriate now to decide now to extend the meeting time tonight? If we have a lot on this agenda, and there's a variance, and sometimes those go very long. I know there's an 11 o'clock end time that we agreed to in principle. And might we now agree to just extend that so we don't have to stop the meeting and talk about it then?
That's within the discretion of the commission to make this call now or make this call later.
You want to discuss it now or later? I want to make sure we get stuff done here tonight. We have a lot going on here tonight. I want to make sure we get it done.
Let's vote on 14.
So other things to do first, Jenny.
Okay. One thing I
Okay.
would like to recommend, I know that you guys are rearranging, can we do the 3 presentations? Because we have representatives here from FPL, we have our new special magistrate, and our finance person.
I'd like
here.
to make a motion on that. I'd like to table that because I think FP&L is a very important issue for the residents. We should have a question and answer period for FP&L, and where our agenda is much too full tonight to do that. I would like to make a motion that we adjourn it till next Tuesday, if that's okay with FP&L people. Who?
Is next Tuesday,
Commissioner,
are you calling
yeah.
for next Tuesday to be a special set agenda?
I'll call for a special meeting that we can advertise it so that the residents in Biscayne Park can have a question and answer period about FP&L and putting our wires underground. And a lot of people in this town do not know about their proposals. Do I have a second on that?
Well, first of all,
Actually, we need to let him finish.
yeah.
That's it.
All right, so you want to go ahead and summarize all those points again? Put it into a
We did
motion?
some of them already. I was going to ask to move FPL to March, actually, so I'll scratch that and go with what Ginny said. Moving the Charter Review Advisory Board to a special meeting that will take place before the March meeting, so we have time to consider it and come back and discuss in March. Moving the contents of 14C, the mayoral election, inside 5B, I think it is, the election itself. Ginny already took care of 14D and E. Waste Pro, we pushed to March. Add a discussion of the lawsuit against Commissioner Samaria, and that was it.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall.
I'll make a second
wait a
on
minute.
that.
Hold on.
Commissioner
one
Hall, did you move the 14E?
Yes.
Because
No, I was going to ask that. I think she
No.
said
Yeah, I
14
think
D.
she
that's
said
why I got
D.
confused. I think you misspoke on the item number, because that's why I brought up 14E. You said 15 something or other.
Yeah, she said 14D.
No, I didn't mention that.
Okay, so
I didn't do
14E
14.
is not on her.
So just to make sure I'm clear, Ginny, you asked to move 14D as in dog and 14E as in Edward
No.
up.
No. 14D, 16A, and 6C. 6C is the FP&L that I'd like to adjourn to next Tuesday. On a special meeting so that everybody can come and ask questions.
No, I think
Sorry?
we should just move forward with the FPL presentation. They're here. It's an opportunity for residents to hear what they have to say. As commissioners, we can always call, after the information is distributed to the residents who are here and people can watch it on the video, if there's additional questions the commission has, they want to
It's
reach out to
just a
residents, we can always do a
presentation.
workshop at that point.
Raise your hand if you came here for the FPL presentation. There's a number of people here. I think we should hear that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll remove that one.
Okay. So recap mine again for you, Will? It got a little confusing. Okay. Move 9 to a special meeting.
All right,
Move-
let's take them one by one.
Okay.
Just so.
Charter Review Advisory Board, move 9 to a special meeting that will take place between now and the March meeting.
Okay, is there a second for that?
We vote that
Seconded.
already.
Yeah, so so there's a consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Move the contents of 14C for the mayoral election and add it to 5B, which has been added to the agenda now.
Is there a second for that?
Yes.
All right, everybody
Aye.
consensus
Fine.
for that? Okay.
Aye. Add a discussion of the lawsuit against Commissioner Samaria.
Okay, and you want to place that at the end of new business?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye. Of course you can. Okay,
All right.
that's it.
So that's a no for me, so 3-1. So we'll put that as 14, let's see, we're going to,
F.
yeah, we'll bring that as 14F. All right, and I understand, Commissioner O'Halpin, we were going back and forth about some of your items.
14D.
You want to clarify which items you...
I'll speak on 14D first.
Okay, so 14D, you want to move to...
D,
14D, you want to move to when?
right now, I want to talk about it.
Well,
Well, why don't we do the certification of the results, do the vote
we
for
have to do
mayor?
that and elect the mayor. We have to
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's do-
yes, I want that
I would-
after the mayor.
I would
I'm
recommend
sorry.
that we do the presentations, get those out of the way.
Yes.
No, we'll do the certification and the mayor selection, and then I would like 6D, 14D.
Okay. And
Is that in the form of a motion, and then I think we need consensus to make that.
Excuse me?
That needs to be in the form of a motion so we can get consensus on that change.
so 14D,
Okay, 14D,
you're making a motion to move that, to make it 5C?
right.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
You're in favor?
Thanks.
Yes.
Commissioner Samar, you have anything you want to add to that?
No, no, I don't need add anything.
Yeah, that's a no for me. I think we need to get the presentations out of the way, do the election,
Yeah.
vote for mayor, get the presentations
Yeah,
out of the
yes.
way, and then get to the business. I don't think there's anything, I know y'all are moving things around here, but I think we need to just move forward on this agenda. We're spending way too much time on shifting things around on this agenda.
But
You said no.
Well, the agenda had some issues, and I think we're addressing them, so
No, I
it's a
don't
good
think
thing.
the agenda had.
I agree with Commissioner Tudor. We need to get, since the presentation people here, I don't think the presentations are going to take long. So I like to get the presentations out of the way since we advertised to be here. We can still cover the items that Commissioner Hopper and Commissioner Kennedy want to do. Because I want us to take our time on those agenda items. So I really would like to get the presentations out of the way. I don't think they're going to take that long. Are they, City Manager?
They shouldn't take that long.
Okay, let's get that out of the way first.
So
Okay, I'll go along with that.
14D doesn't, 14D,
So
the
14D is
motion,
going to stay in its original
Stay on.
location. under
Well,
new
no,
business.
no. If you're saying, Will, you want to do these these presentations first, all the 6s, 6A, B, and C, and then let's do what Ginny's asking and put them immediately after that.
As opposed to going straight into the variant.
Before the
Opposed to
variance,
going
the
straight
public
into the
hearing?
variance. Yeah. Isn't that what you mean, Ginny? If we're going to let the presentations go first, you want them right after?
Well, let's see what she actually has to say, as opposed to you tell her what to say. Where would you like 14D?
I would like it right after the mayoral election.
So you want it before the presentations. So you're making a motion to put 14D before the presentations?
The presentation only of the FP&L. No, that can go first. Well, we can put those, we can put it
can I make-
14D right after the FP&L.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. After 5B, we can have just the presentations come up and make the other items that you want to be put behind.
That's what I just did.
Okay,
I just
behind
did
the
that. I just
presentation.
did
So
that.
instead of being behind 5, it'll be behind.
No,
No, it's
behind-
behind FP&L.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, no, you're saying two different things. Look, there are 3 presentations that really are completely business outside of what we're doing here. People are here to present. Let's give these people the respect of doing their presentations, and they can go about their lives, and then we'll conduct our business. Let's do the mayoral election, do all the items in 6, A, B, and C. Boom, boom, boom. Get these people out of here. Let them go about their lives, and then we will do what you're asking, Ginny. Put it right there. We'll have a discussion about the manager and the attorney.
You're talking about doing it after the variance.
Before the variance, between 6 and 7. It'll between 6 and 7. 6 has an A, B, and a C. Do it right after that, before the variance.
Okay.
It's going to be like 6D.
Yeah, 6D, 6E, 6F.
Who got the motion?
I'll make the motion to move the items that from, instead of behind 5B, make it behind 6D,
Yep.
6E, and 6F.
Yep.
That's the way it
Basic.
should be.
Yep.
And specifically, which items?
Okay, specific, the items that she's talking about, and you can clarify if I misquote you, would be make 14D, make that 6D. You can make 14E, 6F.
There you go. That's it. Not sure they belong as a 6, but whatever. They'll take place there.
That's
Yep. I make a motion to do that. Move 14D as in dog, E as in Edward, behind the last presentation before the variance hearing.
Second it.
I already have the motion.
Okay. Do it.
So is that will we consider that a second?
The computer.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, no. So 3-1.
Oh my God, I need a break.
This is where the vice mayor is supposed to take over. Okay.
So, and Commissioner Samari, did you have anything?
No, I didn't have anything.
All right. So finally, we're going to move to the certification of the special election.
Right.
Julia? Or do you want to introduce it, or I can?
You can go ahead.
After a special election, after any election, we move to certify that the new commissioners, in this case, they've already been sworn in. We will do a resolution, and adopt a draft and adopt resolution. If you're all approved, it's just a matter of certifying the election results.
This is just a business item for you to go ahead and certify the election. Typically, you would have sat the new commissioners, but this has already been done through previous actions, and there will be a resolution
Okay.
that will be adopted in order to have that for the record purposes.
I make a motion to accept 5A, the certification of the special election and newly elected commission or officials.
And to
Second.
draft and adopt?
Second?
Draft and adopt.
Sorry.
And to draft and adopt.
And draft and adopt, I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, 5B, and I guess this is also inclusive of, so it was 14.
14C
C.
originally.
Per the charter, after a new election, you have the opportunity to choose a new mayor per your charter. As I've said, you have had a special election. The charter is not clear if it's just for a special election, for a regular election. I think it's appropriate, as a general matter, for you to do it for any election, and that you may want to, in your charter review, look at the way some of these processes are done. That being said, since Mayor Trutman has now resigned, you would need to do this anyway. So what I would,
May I speak to that?
oh, please go ahead.
I just want to make clear that we're not doing this because Tracy quit. We're doing it because the charter says to do it. I just want to make sure that's abundantly clear. So the charter is unambiguous on this topic.
I
It says
apologize if I
after,
didn't make that
it says
clear.
after each election. It
It
does
was-
not make a distinction between a general or a special election. It's abundantly clear, and anyone who wasn't clear on that for the past 6 weeks that I've been bringing it up, really should have read the charter more closely. So I just want to make sure we're all clear that we're electing a new mayor because the charter says to do it after every election, not because Tracy quit.
If I did not make that abundantly clear, I have opined, previous to us coming to this meeting, to the manager, that it is my position, in looking at your charter, that it does not distinguish between a special election or a regular election, or a general election, as it was called, and although it uses the term election for your mayor, it really is a selection process, and you would need to do that anyway. That being said, you also are faced with a situation where your mayor has also resigned. So that needs to go forward. It needs to go forward at your first meeting in March, your first meeting after the election, which
Should
is
have been
this
January.
meeting, and that is what we need to do at this point in time. And I would ask I guess it's the clerk who would typically call for the election, or I don't know if it would
Can be the clerk, yes.
Yeah.
So at this point, we don't have a mayor. Right now, Will's no longer the acting mayor, and
Well,
the
Will's-
clerk is going to take it from here.
The way your charter reads, the vice mayor stands in the shoes of the mayor when the mayor is not available.
Okay.
Now, you will choose a mayor under your charter, and that will be what you are left with after this vote. It doesn't affect the vice mayor. The vice mayor's position, under the way the charter reads, does not change.
Understood? Okay.
So being that, do we have a name? Somebody that
Anybody
wants
like
to
to
go?
nominate?
Since it's
Nomination.
my agenda item, can I discuss that first?
Would you like to go ahead and make a
Yes, okay.
nomination?
As
Are
I
you going
have
to-
it, yeah, the nomination, what I like to do is well, first off, as I vote in here, that the selection of the mayor will be, except this, what I want to have is make a recommendation on who, my first recommendation, and I would.
Nomination.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Hop, and I apologize if I say your name wrong, Hopper. Oh, okay. Happen, excuse me.
Virginia works good.
Okay. I'd like to nominate Virginia for mayor.
The other commissioners can,
I'll second
Vote.
that.
we need a vote,
Right.
individual vote.
Yes.
So you,
Yes?
yes? Vice Mayor?
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
We have, you nominate. So we have 3-1, Commissioner O'Halpin, it's the new mayor. Congratulations.
You don't sit next to me anymore.
I can't sit next to you.
No, no. You gotta take the middle. The hot seat. You gotta take the hot seat. Excuse me, you have to take your name, please.
So now I can proceed with 14D.
No, the
No.
presentation's next, please.
Presentations.
Presentations first.
So you gotta take,
You want to call up the people for the presentation?
no, you gotta call the first
Okay,
one.
first
6A.
presentation will be our finance department. This is Paul
Finance.
Winklejohn from Finance, just giving a brief overview of where we stand financially in the village.
Say again? The yearly? Okay. Okay. Can do it.
The commissioner's in your packet, I don't know what label it's under.
It's under 6A.
6A.
Good evening, congratulations on our newly elected members today. As Christian mentioned, is this on? Am I coming
Yeah.
through?
Yes.
Okay. This time every year, I've been recommending that we do a quick update of last year because it's the first quarter. We can look back accurately from an operating financial standpoint and see how the year proceeded. I also thought it would be good to get a sense of your cash and your reserve history. So I put a little chart together just to quickly show you what your general fund looks like beginning in year 2014. And I'm pleased to say that 2 years ago you could not have done this. So we're very confident, and these have been audited numbers now, so we're in excellent shape in terms of our records now. So I have on this chart fiscal year E, which means ending. It's the September 30th date.
Thank you.
From 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and as well as 19. The total fund balance is in the middle, and you can see you went from 600,000 climbing to as high as $1,054,000 in 2017. Hurricane Irma affected you in 2018, dropping you down to 661,000. And then in 2019, this year, you ended the year with the bulk of the FEMA money not received at a little over $1 million. So that was the stewardship that we all worked together, meaning all of us, in adopting the last two budgets and managed accordingly. Your department heads particularly focused, which was new, frankly, having two solid new department heads really focusing on the daily costs and expenditures and working hand in hand with the finance department. So we're pleased at that end result. But I do often call my profession a cold water salesman, which means I spray cold water on you right away. The next two columns to the right are the cash reality, which what happens to you in October, November, and December. And this is actually just through November 30th, and the reason that is your low point in cash or reserves, or however you'd like to define it. We have to. I'm just using general terms. That's your cash balance at the end of each of these periods, and you could see in 20. It's a little glary. 16, it was 185,000. 17 was 16 was 337,000. 2017, right after Hurricane Irma drain, was as low as 113,000 in your balance. Obviously, that was a little frightening because your operating can be as much as 200,000 a month. Fortunately, the tax revenue comes in that earlier than it used to. We're getting it the first week in December now. It used to be the end of December, sometimes even January for the largest bulk. It's sweeping through much quicker in Dade County. And then as of the end of fiscal year 2019, your cash balance relatively was 471,000. That's excellent. That's a really important cash correction. And of course, now we're tracking again at 550,000 in cash as of the end of November 30th. Big picture is for us to ask ourselves, and you as a commission, particularly a new commission, is what is an acceptable fund balance? My recommendation to you is an acceptable fund balance on November 30th. It should be about $1 million. So you're about halfway there. Now, that's how I think. But it's your decision how we adopt the 2021 budget and how we operate the year 2020. Right now, our budget 2020 will move us incrementally closer to that line. As you can't get there too fast without changing your revenue sources. But it's really just overall stewardship and management, which has been conducted the last 48 months, to my observation, very carefully. And now, if you're too careful, you have the other side of the equation is you haven't expended your funds on your needed maintenance. I call it deferring. Deferred maintenance starts to grow, and so you have a liability kind of nagging at you, and you have gentlemen that I know in this room here that say, look, you've gone too far by not spending some money. And both of those things are true at the same time, but I'll also say that the 2020 budget that was adopted had some pretty big chunks of deferred maintenance built into them. So you're still going to track in a healthy way. When we do the 2021 budget, we'll present it along these lines with that same plan to grow you closer to that $1 million in reserves. FEMA has recently returned us some funds. We're hoping there's much more to come, and that will certainly expedite that plan. And then the budget will look a little, we'll be able to play more aggressively with our needed maintenance and improvements. So that's my first quarter update to sort of look back the last 5 or 6 years. The punchline or the bottom line in this business is you have corrected yourselves and you have solidly grown back to where you belong. And as soon as your FEMA money comes in or continuing on this path, you're going to continue to be stronger. Any questions? I'm happy to take them. I know you got a lot to do, so I tried to make it to the point.
Can I ask one real quick question? You said the expendable fund balance, you would like it to be at $1 million. What
Yes,
do you base that
as
on?
of November 30th.
Right, what do you base that on?
Well, usually you want a whole year of operating in your bank
Okay.
account, and so that's close to it. It's not enough, but it's the low fund. So, I'm taking the worst case scenario and saying I'd like that to be $1 million. Your year end should always be $1 million. It should be closer to 2. So we're talking 2 different time periods, but it's one of the reasons I did this is because a lot of people ask finance directors, hey, how much money do we have in the bank? Well, it's kind of a moving target, and I don't mean that facetiously. It's just you got to talk about what you spent last month and what you bought for next year. This month. Like it is complicated, and some of the reasons why I put the columns to the left on there is because your fund balance in September 30th sometimes has paid for stuff in the next fiscal year. So you adjust it for a chart like this. And I wish it were just simple, straightforward, but we always have time. It moves on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask you something. We're hearing so much. Do we have an update on what's going on with this FEMA? We keep on hearing, when is the money, when is the money, when is the money?
One of the appeals was approved and funded. It
That's-
was about $88,000.
No, it was 22,000. The last.
No, I think it was much more than that.
We've recently had another one approved, and we're awaiting the arrival of that money for, I believe it was 64,000.
Yeah, so I think you've got
when-
that, and so about 80,000 in the last.
When did
year.
that approval come?
This week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just happened.
That answers my question because I want to know why we didn't know about
But
it.
you're the first appeals I've seen funded, by the way, and I have dozens of these, and none of mine have moved yet. Yours is the first I've seen, so that's positive.
To what do you attribute that? Luck of the
No
draw?
idea.
Okay, fair enough.
I wish I could answer that.
If we did something right, I want to make
don't
sure we
know.
do it every time.
Take
I
it,
will
though.
tell you
Run
this,
with it.
and I've had this with other jurisdictions I've dealt with. You're absolutely right.
Yep.
It's getting the FEMA money has been very complicated for jurisdictions all over the state, and part of it is really kind of pushing through some of these appeal processes, which I've had to do in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, and I would argue your appeal
So-
was well drafted. Obviously, we know that history, but your appeal was very. There's no argument that it shouldn't have been paid.
It's really
I have
about-
others that we said, look, we just need the money. And that was the extent of their appeal.
It's a little
which
bit
is a
about
good one
being
too. but-
kind of hitting all your marks and making sure you hit all your time frames.
Yeah,
And
so
this is
that-
a problem all over the state. This is not just a problem here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 6B, I believe we tabled, Matt?
No.
No.
The special magistrate? Ratification?
Madam Mayor, this is just a presentation. This is not accepting anything, right? This is just.
This is a
It's a
ratification.
ratification.
So the commission asked when we talked about doing or hiring a special magistrate that we find someone appropriate, experienced, and so forth, bring her in, and the commission would ratify her, her qualifications as special magistrate.
Well, okay. Then my question, Madam Attorney, if this commission decides that it wants to either keep keep part of the magistrate or just come back with another thing, what do we have to do?
I'm not sure I
Okay,
understand your question.
well-
I apologize.
I'm seeing a couple, and I'm one of them, that I really want to, with this magistrate, redo this. First off, as I did the last commission, I thought that this shouldn't have had a second reading until the new commission came in, but I was outvoted. And I believe that certain members of these commissioners, from what I'm hearing them talking, want to record this. Or whatever you want.
What I hear you saying is, what I understand has occurred is you have put within the body of your code the portion of Florida statute which allows you an alternative method of code enforcement through a special magistrate process. You have both processes available to you, like many jurisdictions have that. In front of you today is the ratification of a chosen special magistrate. What I hear you saying is you don't necessarily want to have a special magistrate process in your code, or I guess I'm
No, I think what I
confused.
want to have is, at the last commission, if I'm correct, and Commissioner Tudor can correct me if I'm wrong on this, when this was passed with 3 commissioners. And as I brought up at the commission meeting, I thought that this should have been moved over to the February meeting. That way the new commissioners, all 5 members, because I believe that as a commission, we should be doing things as 5 members, not as 3.
We did do it.
And we did it, so and what I like to do is, if, we either vote on it, if it's going to be vote on it, then we can bring it back and redo it. Is what I'm trying to.
It's an
I don't-
ordinance, you can always revisit the ordinance. It's a separate issue about.
It's going to be
revisiting the
either or. It's okay, but we can choose either or, but. Isn't that what you're
Statutorily,
saying?
yes,
That we can
statutorily, there are
choose the
two
magistrate
methods.
or our code
Correct.
compliance board.
There's two methods of enforcing, well, it's actually a third method, but that's not what's in front of you today. Two methods of enforcing your code. One is through a code enforcement board, and the other is through a special magistrate. That's statutory.
And
You
that
can
would
have
be-
both. Many jurisdictions have both options within the body of their code. But you
And
have-
that would be the decision
Okay.
of the commissioners.
Okay, let me ask you questions.
Yeah,
For the
yeah.
two new commissioners, they looked at the magistrate.
It's either or, though.
Listen,
No, it isn't either or. We
No,
have,
it's
we
not.
have the
Not.
provision for both in our code currently.
Right.
That's right.
That was the last one.
Okay, I think we're talking about several different things here. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. If we want to change it, this commission has to start the process of changing the ordinance, writing a new ordinance and changing it, right?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. May I ask a question? So we're going to consider this candidate who came here tonight. Thank you for coming. Have we taken any steps to fill the board? So right now, we're considering a magistrate, but we have a board whose members all quit, and we need to populate that board because they both exist in the ordinance now. Have we taken any steps to recruit new members to the board?
We do have the application up on the website, I believe. Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry?
for the application for Code Board, that is up on the website, correct?
It's on the website.
Do we
and,
have any
It's on the
applicants?
bulletin board. Nobody.
Not yet.
No applicants, okay. So right now, we
That
have a board that's not populated, and we have no applicants for it, and all we've done is it sounds to me like a very soft step forward of, if we put it on the website, maybe somebody will apply. I don't think that's a very proactive way to get the best people onto a board. But we kind of like check that box. It doesn't sound very proactive to me. But we took a very proactive step to have Christian go identify a candidate here. My question is, those two things don't seem to be running parallel to each other very well. My question is, are we required to hire a magistrate? Are we required to ratify a magistrate? Because we don't have a board, and we're not anywhere close to filling a board. And it's one of the things I'm going to discuss later in the meeting. But are we required to hire a magistrate to ratify somebody?
I don't know that you're required to ratify her. We have Ms. Cannon here tonight.
Okay.
She can present her credentials.
Understood.
and so
I'm just,
forth.
it's not her that I'm questioning.
And
It's, are we required as a commission to ratify someone and put someone in that position?
I can tell you from the village perspective, we need to have someone.
I understand we
in that
need it. My
position.
question is, are we required to do it because it's in the ordinance? Are we required to fill it? Or could we leave it empty? Here's where I'm going with this. Could we leave it empty, hopefully get a board, or the board back, separate conversation, and kind of conduct business the way we always did, and call on a magistrate as needed, and get one when we determine we need someone, and kind of use them on an as-needed basis?
Two separate questions there. One, you can go ahead and make a decision to not ratify. Then you, as you live right now in the village, you don't have any mechanism under which you can, through any kind of procedural due
Understood.
process, enforcement.
We haven't for a couple of months.
Can you find someone that'd be willing to do it on an as-needed basis? I mean, on some level, this is an as-needed basis, because what I read this to say is when she has a hearing, she would come in for, 2 hours, and, it would be a pretty low
Right,
pay.
so if we have
So-
cases that need to be heard, in other words, then we'd be required to put them on agenda, and she would come and get paid to do the
Right.
meeting.
That's pretty much, it pretty much is looking as if it's an as-needed basis,
Okay.
which they typically are.
I understand.
You schedule it, you have your hearing.
But if you have a board populated and you were feeding everything to the board, you wouldn't need to call the magistrate as often. You would call them you would determine certain cases, or someone appealed, or whatever you decide the parameters are, then you would do it that way. Then you would call them as needed. But if you don't have a board, then we are required to use her every time there's a case to be heard.
I don't know that I would even say you're required to use her every time there needs to be a case
If we have-
heard,
if we have cases
but
to
if
hear,
you don't have somebody.
Then we don't have any code
if
enforcement.
You don't have any code enforcement.
Okay. How plainly am I allowed to speak here? I'm just going to say it. If I had been on the commission back when this was read, I would have voted against it and pushed really hard to not have this happen. I think it was a big mistake to upset the code board so much that they all quit, and we're left with this. And as someone who was, attacked is going to sound terrible. Code board came at me, the code enforcement officer came at my husband and myself, came at our property, and I had to go fight for us at a board meeting. I don't like the idea of having a magistrate. So I'm supporting what Dan said. If I had been here then, I would have voted no for a magistrate. And I would like to also move forward to only having a board, or if we have a magistrate, to have that person reserved to hear special high-profile cases, certain kinds of appeals, and decide very clearly how we would use them. But my concern is, and this is nothing personal, thank you very much for coming. This is nothing about you. I don't know you. My concern is that if we ratify her tonight and cases come before the board, there is no board, and a case comes up, we're required basically to send them to her, and I'm not comfortable with that. I think we need to have a better discussion about, is it board first and then magistrate? Is it some things to the board, some things to the magistrate? I'm just concerned that if we ratify her, that our hand is forced until we get a board.
Commissioner, can Ms. Cannon speak to this?
Sure.
Yes.
Not my meeting. Ginny?
Can I have Attorney Mandel to speak on close to the microphone?
I'm sorry? Me?
Attorney?
Oh.
Attorney Mandel?
Oh.
Yeah. Just,
When I speak, you'd like me to speak closer? I apologize.
Yeah, bring close to you.
I also
my
have a
name's
terrible
An-
cold, so that's not.
Oh, is this, can you hear me?
That's okay.
Okay, so my name's Annette Cannon, and I've been an attorney for 30 years. I've been a special master for the last 5 years for City of Miami Beach. And I mean, a mediator full-time is really what I do. I've had the pleasure or the opportunity to come before your board on a mitigation case for a client of mine a year ago. And I got to see the way the board was run. And I will tell you that City of Miami Beach is quasi-judicial. It is done in such a way that everything is applied equally amongst everybody, okay? I think it's important that you don't have a dog in the race. You guys are a very close-knit community. I think it's beautiful that you are. But when you have code enforcement, it needs to be very impartial. It has to be applied the same to everybody, whether or not you know somebody on the board or not. I don't have a dog in the race, okay? I look at special master as everybody having an opportunity to be heard fairly and for the code to be enforced fairly, and every situation is different. You know, it's really not about, I know that you don't want to spend the money to have a special master. It seems as if that's part of, you know, one of your concerns is that you have a board that's volunteering, you're not spending the money. But the money is well spent when your code is being enforced the same amongst everybody, and I think everyone feels they're getting a fair chance in front of special master. You know, I have many years of experience, and I think that your code needs to be rewritten as well. There's a lot of changes that should be made, and you know, it's up to you. I welcome the opportunity. You guys can ask me whatever questions you want. I was happy to. I still will continue to see Miami Beach, and I've also done City of South Miami. I sit in for them occasionally as well. But it's important that you take your code really serious, and the person that does it, I think, really should have some legal background to know how to apply the code and enforce just the way things are done for due process issues. But it's up to you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you want.
May I ask a question? And this is nothing personal. Do you have any indication that our code has not been uniformly enforced here, other than what I just said about myself?
I don't know. I just know
Do you have
that
any indication
my
that the board that we've had for however many years we had them didn't uniformly enforce it?
My personal experience, and that's only the one case I had, the person who was given a violation didn't have notice of the violation, didn't have notice of the hearing, didn't have notice of the compliance date. So the fines kept escalating. Those are all due process issues. But yet when I brought them in front of the board, they seemed to throw them, they didn't care about my due process issues. Those are important issues. Not one of them was addressed. Okay, so to get the case to go away, we mitigated it. I had my client pay X amount of money just to appease the board. It was a very different scenario that I'm used to. If someone came in front of me and they were never served with a complaint or the code violation, they didn't have a hearing date, they didn't have a compliance date, those are grounds for dismissal. It's not about punishing. I think you guys want to coexist and you want people to comply with the code. It's about coexisting and complying. It's really not about punishment. And that's why I felt that night it was more about punishment. That's not my role.
So in the case of your client, you're saying the issues really were that they were administrative. It sounds like our code enforcement department had not done things properly, and because of that, the fines were stacking up.
I'm not going to lay
So it
blame
wasn't
on
the,
it.
wasn't,
I'm not
no,
gonna
no,
lay
I'm not trying to lay blame. I'm just
No,
trying to
I'm not gonna
understand what
lay
you
blame, but I
said. You
think
said that there were things that were not filed properly, but that wouldn't be the board. That would be the code
The board
department.
could have addressed that. They didn't address it. Okay, the
Okay,
board
fair
should
enough.
have
Two separate things, but I get them both.
The board
Okay.
should have been able to look at my arguments and say, you know what, you're right. We can't enforce those fines because there was a real due process issue. Instead, they want to know how much my client's willing to pay just because. I had a problem with that, but I didn't have any recourse. I'm not going to go to circuit court and appeal
Yeah.
the special master's or the board's position because it costs more money than what it's worth. So you know, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things going involved here. I mean, it's up to you. I just feel that when you have all homeowners involved, in certain respects, I understand it's important, but in other respects, I think you need more neutrality.
Yeah.
And by having somebody that's not involved and is impartial, I think it just gives it a different level of professionalism that people.
I won't
when they-
disagree with that. It just kind of feels like we have something that wasn't broken, and it's
But I
we're
don't.
fixing something that wasn't necessarily really broken. And again, that's not regarding you necessarily.
No, but I think, you know, with no disrespect, I think that whether or not it was broken is a matter of opinion, and people have different opinions. So maybe you may think it wasn't broken, but I think that maybe some homeowners that may have had to deal with the board may have had a different opinion.
No, I accept that. We also are working at a bit of a disadvantage here because all we got here tonight to consider ratifying you was the offer letter that Christian sent to you. And unless I missed something, I didn't get a copy of your resume, any kind of information
Commissioner,
about
you do have in your binder, on your binder on the side. I just didn't publish on the agenda because
Which I appreciate. Thank you.
Where is it?
on the side, the front.
Mac, do you want to table this?
I wanted to push it back.
Here you go.
I was looking in here for the.
No, we don't, because it has her personal information on it, we don't publish that.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay.
No, because it has her personal information.
I was originally supposed to come in January, and then literally as I was, that afternoon about 4 o'clock, that meeting was canceled, so I didn't come. Then I was asked to come today.
They told you at 4 o'clock the meeting was canceled?
I don't know what time. It was just in the late afternoon.
But it wasn't. But you weren't here in the building to find out, like the rest of us, that the meeting was canceled because there wasn't a quorum. That's interesting. Huh.
You were lucky.
I was. In any case, I was asked to come today, but
Okay,
I'm
understood.
happy to answer any questions.
Okay,
you
well, I
have.
think I've taken up enough time, but I think I've stated my opinion clearly. I'm just concerned, and it's not you, I'm just concerned with ratifying someone into this position because we don't also have a board. We only have one way to do this, and you're the only applicant that we know anything about, and I personally would feel more comfortable if we just sort of set aside this idea until we move forward with the board more aggressively.
Should we table?
That's my opinion.
You want to move to table that?
I don't know what the exact procedure is.
Would you like further discussion from the other commissioners? I think the rest of the commissioners would like to weigh in on this.
You can go.
Yeah. For whatever reason, it seems like it's like pulling teeth that we have to start running this village in a more professional way. I've said this before. I've said this 1,000 times. Going to a special master form is going to do that. And we don't have a board currently. We do have a place for it within the current ordinances. Each board member resigned before the commission even had a chance to discuss the item, which that troubled me a little bit. But in fact, the code board was not done. Code department and code enforcement aspect, and I think going to the special master is the way to do that. Some of the experience that she relayed is also the experience I've heard from at least 5 or 6 different residents who came to me complaining about those exact same issues. And in order to lessen that and for the village to be able to keep that neutral stance, I think going to the special master is the best way to go. So I strongly would recommend that we go ahead and ratify Ms. Cannon tonight, and then we look to actively fill those code board positions.
My question is going to be, and I haven't spoken to the board, so I don't know if they're going to do. Is it possible, can this commission decide, if it says in the charter, about waiving, that they can't come back? I mean, if the
It's an agenda
individuals,
item. It's an agenda item today.
It's an agenda item in the back.
try this again. My question is, can we not accept their resignations and see if they're willing to come back? And then we would have our board.
Oh, I don't think it's a question of accepting the resignations. You can ask them to come back, but they've resigned. You can make those efforts, you can ask for those additional efforts to be made, but that is a separate action.
Right, but since this is a new commission, the new commission doesn't say in our charter that we can't do it. This new commission should be able to say to the board, are you willing to?
Yeah,
that we not
absolutely.
accept, we don't accept.
No. You have to, they've resigned.
Yes,
That's
okay,
happened.
okay, so-
You can go and say, hey, we're sorry that you resigned. We would sure like it if you came back. You can direct the clerk to maybe send a letter to all of them and say, we would like you to consider reapplying to be part of our board. That would be appropriate, but it's not a question of not accepting their
Resignation.
Per year.
oh, they can't, oh, I apologize.
Item 14A, and two people put it on the agenda.
Yeah,
We
then
need to
I
have that
apologize.
discussion.
No, unfortunately, that's not something that can be waived.
That's on the agenda
It's on
for
the
later
agenda.
on, Dan, on,
No, but
as an ordinance, a resolution to change the ordinance
You'd have to
on
change
the
your
one-year
ordinance to provide
probation.
that.
that's not the question I'm asking. I mean, I wish people let me get my conversation in. What I'm asking is if we can approach the board, because we're saying we don't have a board right now. So my idea is if we allow or the clerk can go to the board members and say, are you willing to reapply to be on the board again?
May I address that? Can I answer you, Dan? Well, Dan, you asked a question, and I want to answer you because I really want to help you understand it. There's an ordinance that prevents us from doing that. Dan, I agree with you. I put it on the agenda tonight. I want to change it, but it requires changing the ordinance. We can't just sit up here and say, Janie, Linda, Brian, Dale, come back. I'd love to do that. We can't. There's an ordinance that prevents us from doing that. We have to change that ordinance. It's an agenda item tonight. Let's get through the agenda, get to that item, have the conversation, and start that process. I put it on the agenda, and I believe, Ginny, you did as well, in part with some other things, so we can do that. Unfortunately, Dan, we cannot do that. I would love to. Nothing would make me happier than inviting everybody, I missed you, Gary, sorry, inviting everyone to come back.
It's 14A.
We're going to start that as 14A tonight.
It's jumping all over the place. Okay, nothing else to say.
Okay, do you want to make a motion and table the magistrate ratification?
That we ratify.
Do we have a second? We don't have a second.
I make a motion that we table it, and it has nothing to do with the candidate who's standing before us, who I really appreciate taking her time to come here to one of our dysfunctional little commission meetings, and nothing personal, and that we table this, and we work more aggressively at filling that board, and we go through 14A, and we move forward on our own first, and we can come back and have this conversation again. And when we do, I hope you'll come back and talk to us one more time. That was a
Second.
long motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Okay. 60 is tabled with one no. FP&L.
There we go.
Good night. Okay, the presentation? Okay, I'll do. Let's make it, yes, fine.
Our apologies, I think you were on last month, weren't they? Were you supposed to be here last month?
No,
No? Oh,
they asked
okay.
us this month.
Okay.
I presented before though, last year in May.
Yeah.
We were all waiting for you in January. Where were you?
All right, welcome everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Javier Prado, and I am the project manager for the Storm Secure Underground program in Miami-Dade County. Here beside me is Arturo Perez, who is our lead customer outreach specialist, and Addis Kurila, who is our external affairs board with it. Next. So FPL currently delivers power via overhead power lines and underground. Currently about 60% of our facilities are overhead and the rest are all underground. We have two main power lines, or two types of power lines, right? We have the main power lines, which we call feeder, and we have the neighborhood power lines, which we call laterals. In 2006 or so, we started our hardening efforts to strengthen our feeder power lines. Those power lines are the majority of them are accessible, meaning a crew, a bucket truck can reach them from the street. So our hardening approach to that was to install stronger poles that can better withstand hurricane force winds. During Hurricane Irma and Matthew, we discovered and learned that the majority of the damage was not caused so much by the wind hitting the poles, but by all the debris landing on the power lines and bringing everything down. This program is solely focused on the power lines behind your homes and even in the front of your homes. These are the neighborhood power lines, the laterals that we call. So our approach to strengthening these lines is not to install bigger or stronger poles, but instead to convert them to underground. On a day-to-day basis, underground power lines perform better. Even on a blue sky day where you have good weather, it just happens to be windy, a tree branch falls on a power line and you're going to get an outage. And we keep track of our reliability, and on a daily basis they perform 50% better than our overhead power lines. So we are in another benefit, another really important benefit I forgot to mention in the previous slide, is that when we underground power lines, we no longer have the need to go into your backyards and trim the trees. In the village of Biscayne Park, there will be less of a need for this. And it is a bit intrusive for FPL to go back there and trim your trees. So with this program, the natural aesthetic beauty of all the trees in the village of Biscayne Park will be preserved, and we will no longer have to trim your trees. We have a criteria for selecting the power lines we're going to be focused on. It's all driven by reliability, right? So we keep track of our reliability, and we are picking the worst ones first. There is a criteria that had to have terrible reliability, outages during Hurricane Irma and Matthew, and outages due to vegetation. So our process for these programs are a big endeavor for us. It starts with engineering. We have a preliminary design, and then it goes into customer outreach. The customer outreach team will send you folders with information. They will visit you. They will contact you to inform you and educate you of the program and request any documentation we need from you signed. Some of those documents are easements. We will be installing pad-mounted transformers in existing platted utility easements or easements that you grant us. We'll be working in conjunction with Biscayne's Park Public Work Department and Mr. Hernandez. We are committed to maintaining good and open communication with Biscayne Park throughout this entire process, through designing, the permitting, and the entire outreach process. And so far, Mr. Hernandez has made himself very available to us to address any concerns he has, that we have, and even with customers. We have met in the field with multiple customers, and David Navarro here has been leading some of the efforts in the village of Biscayne Park. Now I'm going to go through some images here. I know it's kind of hard to see for the audience, but on the left is an image of an existing power line. You can see the poles of the overhead power lines. And to the right, it's what it would look like in the future. We do share space on our poles with other utilities. We cannot force them to come off of the poles. So what FPL will do is remove everything that belongs to FPL, and if the pole belongs to FPL, we're going to cut off the top third of the pole. So you'll have no power on that pole. Everything will be underground. Next slide. We're committed to being as least destructive as possible. So to install these underground power lines, we're going to use directional drilling methods or directional boring. So that is a method of construction to install underground lines without having to trench. You have an entry pit and an exit pit. They insert this drill. It drills underneath the earth. At the other end, it pops up. We connect the duct and we pull it back in place. So there's just pits as opposed to a huge open trench. We do have to trench in little tight areas, but we try to limit that to only when absolutely necessary. Here's an image of the directional drilling machine. Next slide. All right, for the first time ever, FPL is converting everything to underground, including that last span from the pole to your meter. As long as it's feasible for construction, we will put everything underground all the way up to your meter. We've never done this before. Historically, if you want to do this, you have to pay FPL an additional cost, plus all the fees from your electrician. We're doing this now, in this program. Here are some pictures of the most common things that we have to install. To the left is the transformer, and to the right is the handhole. The handhole will be installed at level with the ground, and the transformer sits on a concrete pad, and the actual transformer is that green box that goes on top. Here are more images of the directional drilling equipment, and at the right are the large reels that hold either the cable or the actual duct we'll be installing. Here are some images of projects we've completed. It's a much cleaner look. You don't see any power lines in the back, and the transformer is there to the bottom right. And then we'll just cycle through this. It's just a few more images of other homes. Go ahead. Any questions? Yeah, how tall is it? 2 feet tall, and the concrete pad is 6 inches.
But not every house will have a transformer.
We're averaging 1 transformer every 4 to 5 homes. Not every house needs one.
I was just...
This is all part of everyone's FPL bill. There's a line item called Storm Secure, and the funds for this program are being taken from that line item. There is no additional cost to any of this. We will not be asking you for any money. Yes. We have reached out to Comcast, AT&T. They're fully aware of our program, but they're not on board with us at this time. Budget, resources were the reasons given.
Excuse me, I've been told that the commissioners have the right to ask questions first.
Okay.
Don't know why, but, so, Dan, you have a question?
Okay, yeah. How long will... Okay, it's going to be done by sections, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how long would each of the sections take, and how is it going to affect the traffic in Biscayne Park?
Well, okay, 2 questions. How long does it take depends on the size of the project and the number of customers. The customer outreach process averages 2 to 4 months. Finalizing design and getting permits, you're looking at another 1 to 2 months. Construction, 2 to 3 months. The disruption and all that has to do with permitting. We have to submit for permitting with proper MOT or maintenance and traffic to use. And if the permit gets approved, that's what we have to follow. You will know way in advance, especially the Public Works Department, of our projects. We'll provide you with our schedule. Before we start construction, we mail out a schedule to all the customers on that project as well.
Okay. I heard you say something about the poles, that you're going to cut half of it. Now, the poles belong to you, so what you're telling me is that you're going to cut half of the pole, the top part of the pole, and you're going to leave the pole there. How many is that? I mean, to me, that looks ugly. I mean, if it's your poles, why can't you remove it?
Because we cannot force AT&T and Comcast to come off. There are other utilities on those poles.
Okay, if it's possible, Madam Mayor, I'd like to hear from Mr. Hernandez a little bit about it, because I'm getting confused on it, on some of these things.
And we go through our questions first.
Commissioner, there's a lot of positives in this project for FPL and for the village. There's no cost to this, okay? But looking at the village that we have today, the vegetation is probably the most beautiful thing that this village has. The purpose of this is two things, key. Number one, it reduces the power outages. That's the main purpose that they want. Why? Because they spend a lot of money coming out here, and every time there's a little twig, power's out, transformers out, they spend a lot of money, a lot of time, and it's disrupted. That's positive. Now, the also positive thing is that during the construction process, they're going to work diligently and in companion with us, making sure that if the swale has to get disturbed, they're doing their underground, they're going to be working together with the police department and with Public Works, making sure that the construction phase does not disrupt, the entire village. It's going to be done in certain phases. Now, you asked the question about the pole. There are poles, and each pole has attachments. You have the FPL drop attachment existing, and you have AT&T, and you have Comcast. They're moving their facilities underground, but the existing pole itself there still be some attachments to get your cable to the house. So the pole in itself, it won't be removed. That pole will stay. Their facilities will go from overhead to underground all the way to the house. That cost is they're going to be paying that cost, but the pole itself will still stay there. Okay, so aesthetically, if you're thinking, here's a pole, we're going to remove everything in the pole, that's not going to happen because Comcast is not on board and AT&T is not on board. So you still need to get that service to the customers, to the village. So,
I mean, I like the idea of putting the poles underneath the ground, but my biggest concern is going to be the traffic in Biscayne Park because it's going to have to move.
They're going to be the construction is going to be in phases. Now, what do I mean by phases? Example, they're going to come in and they're going to try to, when they do the construction in the construction phase, they're going to be doing in certain loops. What is a loop? 2 blocks, a block and a half. That's when that MOT and that construction comes to me. I work with the police department to make sure that, okay, you're only going to be able to work this section. This road is not going to get closed. You're going to, we're going to redesign, and you're going to be able to work on this particular portion of the right-of-way to get into the private property. That's on the construction phase. But to be honest with you, that's why I've been working in conjunction with them. Before I sign the permit, there's still a lot to do. There's still a lot to go through. Okay. You're going to be involved, and I'm going to be coming to you and showing you this is a section they're going to be working on. We're going to be putting e-blast way before. The manager and I will be discussing all this with the police chief and the police department. So there's a continuous phase of this.
I mean, doing the underground, I think is a good idea because we are losing a lot of trees. As I've reported many times from my former house, is that the people that come out to cut the trees do a lousy job cutting it. And really, they do a lousy job cutting it. So putting the things underground, I like. I just don't want it to be super inconvenience for the residents.
No, it won't, because I will give you my word. I'll make sure. Trust me when I tell you. I'll make sure that in the construction phase, we're going to be breaking it down, because once they get the permits, they will sub it out, but they will still have contractors working for FPL to actually get this done. But they still have to go through the permit process to the MOT. They still have to get the underground.
So you're assuring me that if they say the projects take 6 months, that it's going to be done in 6 months and it's not going to go past?
No, I'm not going to show you that. Construction doesn't work that way. Okay? There's no way I'm going to come here and not. No, it all depends on, a lot of depends on the weather. A lot of depends on how they're going to do the construction schedule. That's up to FPL construction schedule.
Do we have an idea on how long this whole thing, if you do this process, how long it's going to take?
Again, it varies on the size of the project, the number of customers. We're averaging 2 to 4 months for outreach, an additional 1 to 2 months to finalize the design and get all necessary permits, and then 2 to 3 months of construction. But as David said, the construction is done in staggered approaches. not all at once. I'm just phased.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Do you have any questions?
Just one quick question.
Excuse me, we have a question.
David, actually, it's more for David. Have we reached out to Comcast and AT&T and had discussions with them? I know what they're going to say, but I'm just curious.
I have.
Yeah.
I have, and they have, and FPL has extended much of their arm, and wanted that. It's beneficial for everybody to be on board, but it's just they bring you, they're giving you the service, you're paying for it. They're not gonna spend any money, It's not for their convenience. It's for their best to avoid the outages and to do this project. It benefits FPL, but it also benefits the city because we've had issues where I sit there and I have to tell them stop doing the donut shapes. They know it. I get on their butts because they do the donut shape to clear those lines, and on their Florida statutes they're supposed to clear the lines. So it's a struggle. It's a fight.
Do we have y'all identified where the next phases are going to be at?
Yes, they've submitted a set of plans. I know the section. I put a stop on the permit process until we meet. I meet with the engineers and we go through the detailed process because this is all the devil's in the details.
What area are we looking at for the next phase?
We're looking at. Go ahead. It's 10.
Okay, so the first project that we have in place is from 119th Street to 111th, and from Northeast 10th Avenue to Northeast 11th Place. So I'd like to clarify that this is one power line at a time. We have 3 in the queue. We've completed outreach on 2 of them. 1 of them is in the queue for construction this year, plus an additional 2 next year. If things go well, we're going to keep going with it, and but this is a 30, 50-year program. So we have projects throughout all of Dade County, all the municipalities within Dade County. So it's not just here; it's everywhere. It's actually statewide.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Some of them are really quick. Javier, they're mostly for you. When you cut the poles stays in place. You're not replacing the poles that you're cutting. They stay there and you cut them in
Correct.
place. Wonderful. On poles that are being cut that contain street lights, what happens to the street
We
light?
do not remove street lights. We cannot remove
So
street
we are
lights.
also in the process of, I don't know where we are in the process. We're considering changing street lighting in the village as well. And so there's 2 things simultaneously going on here with FPL. It seems to me we have poles that should be cut, but they won't be cut because there are lights on them. So we're going to be leaving some poles behind. I would like to hear some conversation about lowering the lights on those poles. So in other words, cut the pole, lower the light down, and give us the benefit of getting some lights down lower, which it's a separate conversation, I know. But I want to have a conversation about the street lights as well. So in full transparency, because I never want to look like I'm hiding something, one of those poles is at the end of my our driveway. My husband Dan sitting back there. But before I say that, I want to compliment you on your employees. We've been dealing with FPL people for how long, Dan? 6, 7, 8 months. However long it's been going on, we were one of the first houses. They literally showed up in our driveway. They have been informed and informative and engaging and exceptionally friendly to deal with. So I don't know who your HR people are there at FPL, but kudos to them because these people have been fabulous to deal with. Now, one of the poles is at the end of our driveway that will be cut because we're on 11th Place. We're one of the streets that will be affected. It seems to me it's a lost opportunity to be doing these things all together. You're going to be left with a pole with a light at the top with no wires. It's an opportunity to get rid of some of that pole and drop the light. So I'd like to hear how that might be addressed. Or is that a conversation we need to have when we discuss street lighting, David?
Yes, that's a whole separate topic. Streetlights have their own set of requirements,
Okay,
and
fair
you
enough.
have to work with the street lighting.
What is the status of the resident approval? We had several meetings with people, and they came and we had to finally sign. They showed up one day and said, okay, it's time to sign. So where do you stand in that process? I understood nothing. I was told nothing could start until everybody signed.
Correct, and we have 100% customer agreement
Awesome. Good to know.
on 2 projects.
I wanted to know, okay, Real quickly, underground repairs. So I know the underground wires won't be blown down by wind, but something's going to go wrong and you'll have to repair something. Is there any extra issue? Are there any new issues making repairs to underground wires that would leave people without electricity for any longer when something does go wrong? Is it harder to repair them underground than up in the air?
It is, but in reality, all the cable is installed inside of ducts, right? So we use HDPE, high density polyethylene, which is a lot more reliable than PVC. It is rare to find damage. Maybe something has to break it.
Okay, but if there is damage, does it involve digging up someone's yard to get to the break, or do you rebore?
There's many ways of fixing it. If we know exactly where the damage is, we may attempt to repair it and dig up where it is. Or another way of doing it is installing brand new ducts from one termination point to another and just pulling new cable and then going to where the error is or the fault is and removing that cable.
Okay, so worst case scenario, and I'll use our front yard as an example,
Sure.
and it's all heavily landscaped, and I'll freak if anyone touches a peanut plant, even one leaf on that peanut plant. But if it goes underground and they showed us how it's going to be done, and I trust that they're going to do a good job, and there's a repair that's required, and they're going to dig up the yard, is the homeowner notified about that? Are they part of the conversation about that happening before it happens?
We'll take full responsibility of repairing any damage incurred during construction.
Okay, well, okay. You haven't dealt with
Okay,
me
if
and my
there-
plants, but okay. So,
Will you
another question, real quick. Can the utilities go underground in your ducts later if they chose to?
In the what?
The utilities, AT&T, UVerse, whatever.
Oh,
If
no.
at a later time, can they then get into your? So if they don't do it now, those poles will be there forever with their.
They
lines
would
on.
have to ask you again for permission, and you would have to grant them your own easements with
It
them.
sounds as easy as like sliding another wire through the pole, but it's not that easy.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
They
Fair
cannot
enough.
use
I'm
our
going
easements.
fast. The transformers that we saw, the big green things,
Uh-huh.
are we allowed to put plants in front of them to camouflage them, or do they have to be as visible as they are in these pictures?
You are permitted to plant trees around it except the front of it. So the three
ugliest
sides,
side with all the yellow
front of it
stickers.
is where we have to access
Okay.
it to be able to
Fair
open
enough.
it.
Already sort of covered that good enough. And, okay, so when these go in, and I'll again use us as an example, at some point the electricity has to be cut off to the house. There's not live wires laying around my yard while you guys finish the work. How long will the electric be down to any particular house? And how do you communicate that to residents? I'm not so concerned
We
with
give
me. I
each
can-
homeowner a 48-hour notice, and if that time does not work for you, you let us know what time is convenient for you.
Okay, awesome. And
The
how do you
outage
notify them?
Averages, how do we...
How?
Our vendor knocks on your
Knock
door,
on the door,
leaves a
okay.
notice, any way
Okay.
possible.
I'm just thinking ahead at all the worst case scenarios, and I'm concerned about, elderly people on medical devices
Yep.
and all kinds of things. I worry about all of that
We're
stuff.
sensitive to all your needs,
Okay.
and we'll work with your schedule
Okay.
and whatever it is.
You guys sound extremely well prepared for all of this, and again, your people were fabulous to deal with as a resident. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you want to ask a question, please stand. Rotate, stand and ask your question.
Is that coming in one phase or two phase to each house?
Please repeat the question.
Does it come in one line or two lines to each house?
One, the service line is typically a 3-wire service. It is typically 2 feet below grade, and that is one line with 3 cables, 2 hot legged and a neutral.
Say, if we do have a problem with it, it's going to take at least a month to fix it, right?
No.
That's the way it did up home, where I came from when they buried them underground. We had a break after a bad storm, and it took a month to fix it. So what they had to do was trick power from another source to get us back up. I mean, I've seen it.
A month is unacceptable for us. We will not allow that to happen.
Okay, this gentleman that can't
Sure,
stand.
yes.
It might be appropriate to ask the folks to come up to the microphone,
Yes,
so.
I would rather, people,
No, I Well, if you could reach out to us, and we'll address your specific project, and we'll see where it is. I don't know right now. off the top of my head where your specific house is within which project, but yes. Do you know who your customer outreach specialist is? Is it David Navarro? Okay. Yeah. I would recommend reaching out to him, and after the meeting, he can talk to you.
Gage?
First off, I want to say I'm totally for the project and want to you guys to go. Question regarding the poles that you're cutting and the wires. After the next hurricane and some of those poles get knocked over and the wires on the ground, who repairs the poles and the wires?
We are transferring ownership of the poles to AT&T. If the poles belong to us, we have to repair it.
So we have to now wait for AT&T to not actually repair the poles so they do that?
AT&T does.
Yes.
AT&T installs poles.
So the Comcast is just piggybacking on this.
Yeah, Comcast, they don't really install poles. They just transfer or install new facilities on existing poles.
Since you're not, you haven't really communicated.
Yeah. Yep. We're working on that. Yes. You're welcome.
A gentleman in the back?
Can you come to the mic, please? We can hear it.
Here's about liability. Where does the liability hold for residents once a box is put on our property? Somebody trips over the box that you've installed. Does our homeowners have to cover it, or does FPL cover that? And so on and so forth, all the other liabilities and insurance.
Any sort of issue like that, you have to contact FPL, and you got to go through the claims process or any legal proceedings. If it's our fault, it's our fault, and we'll take care of it. That's a case-by-case basis where our legal team will have to get involved and review everything.
Okay, gentleman in the back.
Well, your service is underground, meaning that last span from your service point where the pole is to your meter, but the rest of the power lines are still overhead. It's not? Well, if you're fully underground, including our primary, then we'll never knock on your door. There are neighborhoods that have underground power. So, if you have it, then then you're not part of the project. Then.
Sophia? Yes.
Yes. All restoration occurs. All restoration occurs after the project is completed. If it's an unsafe condition, we address it right away. No.
Okay, come on, let's go to the next door. You're never going to get anything finished.
Okay, next question, Harvey?
It's a fair question.
Wait, do you have... All done? Another question? Okay. Go ahead.
Rent on those poles for our lights. Right now, the light poles, the poles are there, we pay $1.85 per month.
Oh, that's a special... Is that the special taxing district?
City pays about $20-something per pole per light for the light fixtures in the. There's a line item. There's 3 or 4 line items. Right. Yeah, but I mean that's part of the negotiation when they do the transfers. Well, in other words, when they decide to get off, then they go to Comcast, and that's part of it. Remember, today they get a rental fee pretty much. It's their pole and AT&T. Right.
Ginny, may I ask another question of Javier? I just thought of.
Sure. Oh, yeah, sure.
I didn't think of this before. So hurricane, tree blown over, and the root ball pulls your thing completely out of the ground. We had that happen with a water main in Irma. We had a couple, I think, at least one near my house. So a tree comes up and the root ball brings your entire thing up and destroys it. Are there any, you're still responsible for that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are you, but the tree, the tree has to be dealt with first. Do you deal with the tree or just the line when the tree's dealt with?
In an event like that,
Yeah.
restoration of the power is critical. That's what we do first.
Mhm.
The tree itself, I'm not sure. We have to look at that a case-by-case basis.
Because, well, let me ask you a
It's-
question. If a tree blows down on a line that's up in the air now, and it's laying there on the line, do you deal with the tree, or does someone else come in and deal with the tree, and then you fix your line?
Our vegetation crews will have to make it safe for our crews to come in and do the necessary
So they
repairs.
would come in and do what, the minimum probably to get your line guys in?
Make it safe.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then logic would sort of tell you that if a root ball came up and did the same thing in reverse from underground, that you'd do the same thing?
Yes, and I'd like to point out that with the directional drilling, we go below the majority of the root systems.
Even live oaks and things with gigantic root balls?
We avoid oak trees.
Okay. You can avoid Australian pines as well? We got lots of those, and they're ugly.
That's why they go 24 inch cover.
Right, so our primary lines are a minimum 3 feet below grade, and our secondary lines, or the service lines to the homes, are minimum 2 feet below grade.
And that's below root balls of trees, Dan Keys? Yep. Okay.
Minimum.
And then my last question, and I'm just thinking worst case scenarios here. Are there any special dangers if something like that happens? Because right now a line comes down on the ground and you have a live line and people get electrocuted and all that kind of stuff. An underground line gets snapped somehow. Are there any any special dangers? Wet ground, live wire in it?
No. No.
Sounds dangerous. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Very quick.
Yeah, we're just...
I'm just curious about the drilling piece of it. So you're going to be drilling from where the pole is currently, right? Directly into where the box is, right?
Not necessarily where the current poles are. It's a completely new design. We're leveraging the main power lines. So it just depends on the design. Okay. We can go below the drain field. Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. Have a great evening.
Very surprised how deep that was.
Thank you.
That was awesome, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have a resolution here. Roseanne, will you do?
I'm
Mayor?
just a little confused because I thought we were not taking up that part of this until after we took up.
We are going to the item 7,
Well,
the variance.
No.
Would you please hand
We
those
changed the
out?
Yeah.
agenda, and we took up
The employment agreement.
14D, and then we're going to take up 14E. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding where we are on the
I
agenda.
just wanted to know if you had an answer to that question.
Yes, the way it was presented to me by the village attorney was that either the mayor or I could move forward with that. We had tried to move forward with, in that particular instance, quietly with a letter. That didn't work, and we went forward with that, beyond that, under my authority.
Okay, I have a resolution here that, as per section 3.03 of the charter, I'm making a motion to suspend Christian manners for cause.
I guess my first question is, what's the cause?
The cause is filing a lawsuit, if you see in the back. We will, under a hearing, go to more things, but
If I could just interrupt at this point, because I want to make sure that if the village does decide to take this position and make this decision, that they do so in a way that alleviates liability. What I would recommend, and as you know, our law firm has terminated its agreement, what I would do is one of two things. I would either seek outside counsel on labor and employment matters as it relates to this particular resolution, so that the village assures itself that if it makes this decision, that its liability is limited as possible. And this is something that, these things happen, and I would have made this recommendation no matter what jurisdiction I was in. Or secondarily, as you know, the law firm of Gray Robinson will no longer serve as your village attorney. I think it ends at the end of this month. When you seek outside a new attorney, you could see if they would have some labor and employment.
Thank you for your opinion. It's for gross insubordination is the charge. Do we have a second on this?
Well, how about if you give the commissioners time to actually read the resolution that you're
Okay,
proposing?
fine.
You actually just served this to us seconds ago. I understand you have made up your mind and you're moving forward, and I respect that, but please allow the commissioners to actually digest what you presented here before we
Okay.
can make any type of judgment about for cause, and apparently you don't even want the commission to have a discussion of it, which...
Ginny, can you direct me to the cause in here? I'm having a hard time finding it. I see where it says what provision of the charter,
Section 2.
section 2.
Section 2.
I don't, okay,
Third line, act of gross
Okay.
insubordination.
got
Which
it.
is a reason for termination.
So, Ginny, Jesus, that was a Freudian slip, sorry. Ginny, is this solely about the fact that Christian filed the lawsuit, or are there other things in here as well?
It's not in there, but on a hearing, we'll certainly go into the
Okay,
rest of it.
because if you're going to, if we're going to move forward with this, and just so the residents here are clear, this is not a discussion to terminate Christian as we sit here right now. It's a resolution to start the process of that, and he's entitled to due process. Correct me if I'm
Yes,
wrong,
but that's
Joy.
due process. It's
Yeah. No, I'm just kind of making sure.
termination is effective today with
No, it's not termination. It would be suspension with pay.
suspension.
Right,
with pay.
two different things. So I just want to make sure that everyone here, they don't have the luxury of having this in their hand, which I'm kind of reading as quickly as I can, that this is not to fire Christian right now. It's to start the process, which is suspension with pay. He has the opportunity, correct me if I'm wrong here, what you intend. He has the opportunity to come back in here 15 days and request a hearing, at which time he could defend himself against all of this, and we could have that conversation. Okay, so my question is, this is specifically, though, about that, the case against, okay.
It's one of the things
Okay,
listed.
okay, so here's my question to you, Ginny. Do you mind if I?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
So I came with a similar resolution here, which I have here, and mine's a bit more extensive than yours. Mine is what yours includes, but it also includes the January meeting that should have taken place. So we had a meeting scheduled in January, and we were told that you and I, two new commissioners, could not be sworn in because there was no quorum, and that had to be done during a public meeting. We weren't sworn in. The meeting did not happen, and this village lost one of its monthly meetings. And I hold Christian responsible for that as well, because you had you had ample time to conduct your investigation with Rebecca, who I hold equally responsible, by the way, Julia, for not having done her job well that day. And this village lost a month of business. We only have 12 months a year, 12 meetings, 11 per our charter, where we can actually get anything done. We can only work as we sit here right now. And we lost one of those opportunities because the two new commissioners weren't sworn in. So if you're going to, if we're going to consider moving forward with this, I would encourage you to add on some other things so it's very clear to everybody what exactly we're alleging Christian did that violates the charter, because I agree with you, but I'm saying it's this and more.
Let me see your resolution. Do you have that?
I do.
Can
Can I pass this out, Roseanne, or do you do that?
She does that.
And in my resolution, you will see on the second page, section 2, there are two sections, one for gross insubordination and one for willful neglect of duty. So I've broken the situation down into two separate categories, items that I think are serious enough to add to this. So, Commission, if you'll turn to page 2, you can jump right to section 2, and you'll see the items that I'm detailing there.
I suggest all the commissions to mark the resolution, since we don't have the number,
Okay.
to the first one that belongs to Mayor Halpin, and the second for Commissioner Kennedy.
So what numbers are we adding here at the top? On Ginny's, it says 2020 dash.
Well, is going to pass both resolutions?
I thought you were asking us to mark them both somewhere.
No, just mark who belongs to each
okay.
one.
Well, I know mine. So it's all very clear in Ginny's and in mine exactly what we're alleging happens, and this is not the opportunity that we would debate those things. This is merely an opportunity for the commission to look at it, to decide if they want to pass this resolution, in which case it goes into effect immediately, and Christian has an opportunity within 15 days to request a hearing that would have to happen within 15 days after that. So there's a 30-day window, and correct me, Julia, if I'm not stating that properly. And if he fails to request a hearing, then his termination is effective on a certain date, and that's detailed in mine as well.
Okay.
I just want to say, there is no place on here for this to be signed off for legal sufficiency. I am not in a position to sign off on this for legal sufficiency. It's your decision. That's why I would encourage you to...
Thank you for your decision, for your recommendations.
Understood. I understand what you're saying.
I'd like to make the motion that we suspend Christian. Can we combine both of
I'm
these?
sorry, from a Robert's Rules of Order perspective, you can't, unless you want to pass the gavel, you can't make the motion? You're chairing the
May I
meeting?
jump in here?
Okay, you make the motion.
Okay. To boil it down, Ginny, yours is appears to be very similar to mine, but is centered around one specific charge, and mine is that charge and some other things as well. So I think it might make sense, if you don't mind, that we would move forward considering mine, because it's broader and gives us greater latitude. Because if I understand correctly, Julia, if we were to go with Ginny's, which is one very specific charge, at the hearing, we could not then add things onto it.
Again, I haven't looked at this enough to be able to opine.
We'll go, I think we should go with mine. So am I
Okay.
allowed to make a motion to pass my own?
Yes.
Am I allowed to make a motion for my own resolution?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, then I move that we pass the resolution that I am proposing here, that suspends Christian Manners with pay effective immediately. And you'll see that there's information in here that clearly says he'll leave the meeting today, and the Sergeant of Arms will take him to his office. And there are certain things that he needs to turn over today, including his keys and passwords and phones, and it's all very clearly spelled out here. I would also suggest at that time that if we were to pass this resolution, that we take a short recess to make sure that our Sergeant at Arms is clear of what we're asking him to do, and let him perform his duties, and then we can move on.
Is there a second to that?
Well, are we going to have any comments from the commission, or no?
After the second.
No, you have to have comments.
Oh, okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
because you're voting on passing the resolution.
Okay.
And any input from any other commissioners. My only concern is, I mean, the commission has the right to do whatever they want, but have we run this past legal in any way?
No, we have not. Julia just told us that.
But I understand that sometimes commissioners will use their own outside counsel for things, so I would like to have some legal guidance on it. Unfortunately, I feel like I remember in the past there's been so many accusations about the commission throwing things on residents and stuff. Well, this is basically you're throwing things on the commission. So, you know, there's a lot of questions. I would like to find out legally this compared to his contract, where we stand with that, you know. I understand why y'all want to do it. I just think that the tactics being used are pretty unprofessional.
I'm not sure that I like the word tactics in reference to mine.
It's my personal opinion.
I understand.
I think
yeah. But I think the things that have happened recently are serious enough that, quite frankly, I don't trust him in the position, and I don't trust him now that we've divulged what we're interested in doing here, that we can let him back into running things in the village for us. And he has time he has an opportunity to have a hearing. There is absolutely due process here that he can take full advantage of. and he can come back in and state his case, and we may choose to not terminate him. He may choose to take this opportunity to resign. He may choose in the next 15 days to resign during that 15 days. He may choose to let it run its course, and in which case he's automatically terminated. But the things he did were serious, Will. They were very serious things. He did not make the commission meeting happen, and quite frankly, you didn't either. You were the vice mayor at that meeting, and no, let me finish talking.
But you got to get legal guidance.
Okay,
so that's what
I
the attorney
understand that.
said.
Let me finish talking. At that meeting, you were the vice mayor, and the mayor didn't show up. And you also had the opportunity to step up and do your job that night. But Christian runs this village. The village manager runs this village.
So I should have ordered the manager and the attorney to
swear us in.
Actually, I cannot command or direct staff to do anything.
But you can sit there with the charter and you can determine.
It amazes me how, as a resident, you will point to the charter and wave it up here at that podium about how the manager has violated the charter. You're directing and telling staff what to do, but now you're accusing me of not doing that same thing.
Will, you sat here and texted. You didn't.
You know what I was actually doing? And this is you assuming something. I was actually looking for possible legal ways to counter what the attorney had given us the advice.
Did you discuss it with
and
the
I spoke to
attorney?
Sally Hayman, and what Sally Hayman had said as well.
Madam Mayor, will you please take over this meeting and get it under control, please? Thank you.
Back to my point, Christian did not make that meeting happen. He did not get the commissioners sworn in. That meeting should have happened. We should not have missed that meeting. The people who are here for their variance tonight should have had that happen in January already. That's not how things operate. It's not appropriate. And he also filed a lawsuit against a sitting commissioner when our charter says that we are the sole judge of commissioners and their qualifications. And he never even brought it to this commission to have that conversation first. He jumped right to a lawsuit that he says he personally initiated of his own personal accord. That's not his job to do. And we can't let that happen. It's serious, Will. It's really that serious.
No, it is serious.
Yes.
I think this
so we're
village-
going to take the next. I'm proposing we
Okay,
take
then
this
I'm not
step. Then we take the step and we let him have his day here in a hearing and present all of the and defend himself.
What I think is going on is, this has been building up for a long time. I think there's more of an interest of burning the building down as opposed to trying to build Biscayne Park to be what it should be. The problem is, I don't think it's going to be too long before somebody comes in here and decides that Biscayne Park can't govern themselves because of the way this commission acts, and Pools comes in here and runs this village for us. I personally would make that recommendation to a governor. Appoint somebody to run Biscayne Park.
Contact the governor and have that conversation. But right now, we'll
have that conversation because this is what's happening. We had a special election. You got in here. You're already ready to just burn everything down, as opposed to taking the time and actually trying to work within the system to find out what can I do as a commissioner. Because as a residents think the commissioners have this extreme power to do things. We don't. Most of the power lies with the manager.
That's correct.
So the thing about it is, I think everybody, when you first come onto a commission, you should give the opportunity to work with the staff that we have here and see what can be done. I don't think that's even have been given a consideration.
Okay. May I respond to that? That would be a fabulous speech if we weren't talking about the serious things that happened. First of all, I had to fight with the village manager and the attorney. It wasn't as big a fight with the attorney. To get the mayoral election to happen. It's in the charter. And everyone kind of wanted to pretend. And the best I got from Christian on Friday was, well, Mac, there's two camps on that. Some commissioners think we should follow the charter and some think we don't. Well, guess what? We do. We do.
Is there a second to that motion?
So that's number one. That was January. Then a lawsuit that he did not have the right to initiate before coming to this commission.
Well, he can defend that, but I mean, I think he's going to point to 3.01C4 as probably his authority to do that. This goes back to the fact that we have a charter, we have ordinances that, in my opinion, were poorly written. They can be interpreted in multiple different ways. And I think that, I think the manager is going to rely on that, and I think there's an actual conversation to have about who has that authority. I think it falls on to both parties.
Is there a second to that motion?
I get to speak since I'm the one that this was done against. I'm going to second it, yeah.
Okay. It's second. Will you take the roll call, please?
I need to have it.
Excuse me,
wants to
one moment.
discuss it. Sam wants-
I do want to make a statement for the record, since you were the subject of this lawsuit, and that is being used as the sole reason for this particular
Not the sole
resolution. Well, I guess it's one of the reasons. I just want to make a statement that it's possible that under ethics rules, that could be determined to be a conflict of interest. I am not going to, but I have also said, I have not had the time to review this matter. I haven't had the time to look at this resolution. I cannot properly legally.
Thank you
advise
for your opinion.
Can I please
Would you do a
finish so
roll
I can
call, please?
At least make sure he's
Please let the
covered.
attorney speak.
I just want to let you know that I want to
Yes,
make
but
sure you
are
understand
not-
that.
You are not right. Okay?
I mean, my job here today is to do my best to try and effectuate the ability of less liability. I don't know how else to say it. You don't have to listen to me, but it is my job, regardless of whatever your opinions are, whatever your thought processes are, to do that the best of my ability. I cannot opine as to two issues. One, whether or not this resolution legally will avoid liability for you, and secondarily, whether or not Mr. Samaria would have a conflict to vote on this.
Okay,
I made that statement for the record, and you understand that that's the position of the village attorney at this time.
Okay,
You are going to
thank
have
you.
another village attorney soon. You might want to wait.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Since
You second it?
Since I believe there's enough votes to pass this resolution, I won't vote on it. No,
If you-
you can, somebody else make a second, then you can vote on it. Right? That's what you're
if-
telling me.
No,
If
you have to second
I
it.
have raised a concern that you might have a conflict of interest that I have not been able to research. If you choose not to vote today, then what we'll, because of that concern, we'll just have you fill out a form that says you have a voter conflict of interest, and that will be made part of the record, and then you cannot take action, and I think that's probably the safest course of action for you.
I think you got the votes, you don't need to have me second.
We don't. We need three.
Okay, I'm just going to take a chance. I'll second the motion and vote.
Okay, now will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Halpin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
No.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Mayor, would you please repeat the motion?
The motion is,
For-
you want to, you made the motion. I'm sorry?
I think you need to say it. Because you're the mayor. Just,
Commissioner Kennedy, you called the motion, right?
yes.
Can you repeat, please?
Make a motion that we accept the resolution of the Village of the Commission of Biscayne Park for the removal of manager Christian Manners and termination for cause, providing for an effective date.
A removal, termination?
Yep. It's the starting point to remove him from office, yeah.
Okay.
Will the sergeant at arms, are we going to
There are some
recess?
discrepancies because in the beginning they talk about suspension, now is removal.
Yeah, I thought it was suspension.
Can we?
It is suspension, but
It is
it is
suspension.
suspension.
It's the first step towards removing.
Right, it's the
So
first
it
step.
is
It'll be
a suspension?
Yep.
and
Yep.
Do you want to, if you say you want to go home a minute recess or something?
I don't know what the procedure is at this point. You might want to
The procedure at this point would be for the sergeant of arms to walk with me over to the office.
Right.
I will give him my keys, and I will not relinquish my phone. That's my personal property,
Okay.
and go from there.
Okay, do we need to sign this first to make it official, Roseanne?
I think so.
No?
the resolution would
Yeah.
no, because there is no even the number. I didn't know that this
Okay.
resolution was be proposed.
Okay.
Have it approved as a draft.
Attorney
and
Mandel,
then
please.
It could be submitted for signature. As I've stated, I cannot sign off on it for legal sufficiency as I've not reviewed it.
Okay.
So we're approving it as a draft. Yep.
Dan?
That's up to Ginny.
Yeah.
Ginny, I suggest that you might want to go over this with Roseanne to make sure she understands section 6. Section 6. So what are we going to Are you going to recess the meeting for 15 minutes or something?
Not done right.
I think that might actually be a good idea.
I know you were going to talk about my item. I was going to excuse myself if you took a 5-minute break to go to my car. I got to take some cough medicine or else you're never going to hear me.
Can we have a 5-minute recess? Correction on that last,
I want to ask, yeah, I can ask.
on the last vote?
Madam Attorney, I need to ask you a question. Sorry.
Let me sit down. Yes, sir.
If I abstain and to change my vote, because there's 3 commissioners, would the 2-to-1 still pass?
You need 3 out of 5 to make a valid motion and approval. I would have to look at, and I'd need a little bit of time to look at, because you've had a resignation, whether or not that would allow you to reduce that number. It depends on what it says in your charter.
Yeah, 3 people's a quorum.
3 people's a quorum.
But do you need the majority of members to
Yeah,
take
well, do we-
action, is the question, and sometimes that's in charter. I have been in many jurisdictions where you need, no matter how many people you have at a meeting,
Understood.
the majority of members, regardless.
Additional copy of the
I
charter?
do.
Dan, you're the expert on this charter, aren't you? Can you tell us where that is?
You know? I just would need to allow me the opportunity to check to make sure I'm giving the best advice I can.
So we passed one already with a 2-to-1?
Please, let her, look,
Well, actually, I'm going to depart this meeting. It is actually, I think that there's a lot of liability being tossed on the village here, and I want no part of this circus.
Good night.
excuse me. Mayor, you need to take control of the audience, please. It's getting too much.
I don't see anything in your charter that requires the majority of members to be available to take an active vote. So you can have, since you only have 3 members here, a 2-to-1 that's in either a positive or negative way would be sufficient.
Would be sufficient?
As I've looked at it at this exact
Okay.
moment, I believe that would be
So-
sufficient.
Well,
But again, I appreciate allowing me the opportunity,
Okay,
because some
okay.
charters do
Yeah.
have different provisions.
Yeah, because I just want to be sure I understand that, because I do feel that this will be a conflict of interest. So what I like to do is abstain if they still have, that's why I asked you, if they still have the 2-to-1 vote, that would still pass, right?
As you are part of on the prevailing side, you would have the right under Robert's Rules of Order to do a motion for reconsideration that then would probably need to be voted on. I'd have to go back and check, but I think it's sufficient to go ahead and just to vote on that motion for reconsideration. And then you could go ahead and verbally on the record abstain as you believe you have a conflict of interest, and then we could go ahead and get you the form to fill out.
Right, but the motion would still pass.
Whoever's on the prevailing side does need to have a motion for reconsideration.
Can we still vote? The two, Ginny and I still vote. There's a quorum to hold the meeting.
You have a quorum to hold your meeting.
Okay, and the 2 wouldn't pass the resolution.
That is my opinion at this time.
Okay, very good. Understood.
And so I'm very clear for the record, because, I want to make sure we're in the right. You don't have anything that I see in your charter which requires a majority vote to take action.
Right, but the fact that Commissioner Tudor left, his vote's still the same as it was before, right? It doesn't change. We don't have to take another one now. It's 2-0.
We're not re-voting. It's just
No, you actually do need to do a motion for reconsideration as somebody who's on the prevailing side.
Right.
One of you on the prevailing side needs to do a motion for reconsideration. And then when you go take the revote, you need to abstain. That could be done at this meeting or actually at a subsequent meeting.
What's the language?
Motion for reconsideration.
A motion for reconsideration for Dan.
I second it.
Okay, so now you have, you voted on your motion for reconsideration. The item can come back up.
No,
Go
it has
ahead
to
and
come
bring
back.
that.
It has to come back now, right?
That's correct. You
Okay.
bring the item back up right now, which
Okay.
was the resolution for approval.
Okay, I make a motion for my resolution to start the process of terminating our village manager for cause with an effective date.
I had taken the
No, no,
position
no.
that I'm told I'm incorrect on because Robert Rules of Order have changed. You do not need to pass the gavel in order to second that. Apparently, the Robert's Rules of Order have changed on that particular issue.
I second it.
Now, what I need Mr. Samaria to do is to go ahead, before you take the vote, on the record, state the nature of the conflict. You believe you have a conflict because you were involved in the litigation, which is what I believe your conflict was.
Yeah, not just that because I'm involved in the conflict.
Very good. Okay, so now,
You abstain.
go ahead and...
And abstain.
Mr. Herring apparently would like to say something, and I will take whatever advice I can get, so it's not a problem.
That is correct. There's something unique to the ethics rules under the Miami-Dade County Ethics Ordinance, which now means that Mr. Samaria has to leave the chambers because he cannot participate in any part of the discussion or any action once he's declared the conflict under the current, under the commission.
For this topic
So
only.
now that he's declared his conflict, it's stated for the record, he will have to fill out the form,
That's-
and there may be a secondary form for Miami-Dade County, because I know they did do a lot with their rules.
I think it's still the same, the state form.
The state form,
Yeah, have
leave the
But he
chambers,
does have
now
to
we can
leave
go
the
ahead and
chambers.
take the vote. I appreciate that, Mr. Herron, thank you. No. Yeah. Technically, you have a quorum. I mean,
He's just abstaining from
he's
this.
just abstaining from the vote. I
vote.
did not know that he needed to leave the chambers. That's not actually the rule under state law. You have a specialized rule. Here's my recommendation. Go ahead and take the vote at this moment in time. If need be, we'll bring it, you can bring it back at your next meeting when you have a fuller board, and you can go ahead and take that vote then. I think you're fine because of the strangeness of the Miami-Dade County ethics rule.
Okay, you want?
Mayor Halpin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Okay. Can somebody please get Mrs. Samaria to come back in?
Resolution is passed. Okay, would you ask Dan to come back in? I'd like to make a motion
Let's
that-
get Dan back in here for.
wait for him to sit down.
I'd like to make a motion that we appoint an acting manager, and I spoke to him yesterday, and he agreed, Dan Hernandez, to be the temporary manager.
David.
I'm sorry, David Hernandez, to be the temporary manager until such time as we find a permanent manager.
Is it appropriate for us to have him come to the podium and ask him some questions?
If he's willing to answer those questions.
Is this something we'll vote on?
Just second, right? Needs a second.
I mean, you should go ahead and vote on it, and it's appropriate to have an acting manager. There's absolutely,
Yeah.
it's appropriate. Whether or not he'd be willing to come up and have a conversation with you, I'll leave to his discretion.
Do you mind if I ask him a couple of really quick questions, Ginny? I just want to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's.
Very quick.
Yep.
Very quick. We
David,
gotta-
I'll ask the questions while you walk up. So, David, would you be willing to do this for us on an interim basis?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And I guess we'll have, you'll meet with Roseanne and she'll work out all the details on everything. But you understand this is an interim position. It's not an offer of employment with the village. And if well, we have to see what happens with Christian's position first. But you're going to fill in for us, for him, while he's on his.
And we
while
need
he's
the
suspended.
bank card signed right away.
I can't, again, just want to make the statement that for the purposes of the record, I cannot opine as to whether or not that has any impact on his salary, any impact on any of that. And so I would encourage you to have that conversation with a labor and employment lawyer.
Ask him if.
Do we have a second for my motion for David?
If David's willing to do it, I second it.
My,
She did.
no, she can't.
Robert's Rules of Order have changed, and now
Robert,
the
yeah,
chair of
she's
the
allowed
meeting
to,
can make
yeah.
a motion. Thank
My
you for
question before-
the nice young lady who informed me of that.
Before we take a vote, I'd like to ask Mr. Hernandez a question. Is, by you being temporarily, you'll be willing to do it temporarily at this present salary that you're at right now?
Yes.
Okay. then that's, okay. Then I make a
But I
mo-
want to be clear about something.
Okay, yeah.
This is not a happy day.
No, not for any of us.
For nobody in the village. I do understand the village needs to move forward. It hurts me because I've worked with Kristen and I have nothing negative to ever say about him. I think he's been a great boss to me, and he's been, I mean, I respect, I understand it's your decision. That's why government is government, but it's a sad day. I know that the city needs to move forward. I just want to be clear, and like I think what the commissioner said, I just want to make sure that this is temporary. This is just to keep the city moving forward.
Exactly.
This is not. I came to be public works.
Yep.
I have not in my God green earth that ever thought that this was going to happen. Okay, so I just want to be clear. I just want to keep the city moving forward. I know we have a lot of projects going on, and we have to keep,
Thank you. Thank you, David.
All right, so I just want to clear on that.
Passing the
Thank you
gavel
for that,
again.
David. We do understand the gravity of this, and we appreciate you
Yes,
stepping in
we
and doing
don't-
for
we're
this.
not-
And
none of us is
I don't think any of us took this lightly at all. So thank you for doing that.
Okay, I'd like to make another motion. I pass the gavel to waive the 30-day notice of Gray Robinson.
Wait a minute, Madam Mayor.
We haven't
Sorry?
voted on that,
We
Jenny.
didn't have the second motion on.
We didn't
Oh,
vote on it.
okay.
We didn't vote on it.
On
You gotta
David.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Do we have okay. I made a motion that we
I
accept,
guess it's this question, right?
right? Yeah. Okay, I make a motion to have David Hernandez be a temporary city manager, and at the same, he agreed to do it at the same salary. We have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? You got to vote?
All in favor?
Yes.
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 Okay, passing the gavel, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the 30-day notice of Gray Robinson and appoint an interim attorney, John Herron, as our former attorney. And I did speak to him yesterday and asked him if he would be willing to come in as an interim attorney. Do we have a second on that?
Yeah. I'll second it.
Okay.
This-
And I want to make sure I'm clear on what
Yes.
you're saying. So we presently are contracted to Gray Robinson, and they have terminated our contract, and we are running for like 20-some days left in the contract. So is your motion to terminate our contract with them, or
we're
to...
waiving. No, we're waiving our 30-day notice.
Okay.
They gave a 30-day.
We can do that?
I'm absolutely comfortable that you have the right as a client to make the decision on when you want to terminate your contract. We had an obligation to give you 30 days notice. We
Right.
have. And if that is your decision to have an interim, I think that that's appropriate.
Okay.
Certainly, our law firm will work with Mr. Herron to get him whatever information he needs.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I'm hearing two different things here. You're saying terminate, that we're terminating our contract with you. We're not terminating.
No, we're not
just-
terminating.
I
We're waiving their 30 days.
She said terminate.
I apologize. What I meant to
I'm
say.
just clarifying the language. We are not
apologize.
terminating our contract with Gray Robinson. They terminated
They
their
terminated
contract
us.
with us. They gave us 30 days notice, and we are simply waiving the 30 days and saying thank you, but we'll move forward with an
Absolutely
interim
understood.
attorney.
I think that that's
Okay.
appropriate, and as I've said, I'm happy to work with Mr. Herron.
Okay.
And it was my job to help you to transition, and I'm happy to continue to assist. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you take a vote on that?
Take the vote.
Yes, we need a motion.
I made the
You
motion.
made the motion?
Yes.
We need a second?
He did second it.
Second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
You want to introduce yourself,
Yeah,
Mr. Herron? I'm the
just-
only one, I think,
Are
in
you
this
going to
building
hear
that doesn't
from-
know
I just want
you.
to do one. I just want to
Madam
do
Mayor?
something for the record. I just want to clear something for the record. I will still be
Yes.
over in charge of public works. I just want to be clear. Okay. All right, for the record.
Are you going to hear from Mr. Herring?
Yeah,
Sorry?
Are
Thank
going
you
to
very
hear
much
from Mr. Herring?
for the opportunity. I want to echo Mr. Hernandez's comments about Christian and directed to Julie or Julia. I've known her for many, many years, both by reputation personally, and I had the opportunity to work with her during our overlap at Gray Robinson, and I look forward to working with her to have an orderly transition, just as the reverse that happened when the decision was not to stay with me when I moved to law firms. And I'm sure that it'll be maybe bumpy from time to time, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. We're both professionals, and I look forward to it. And as long as you desire to have me as your interim attorney, I'm honored to do so.
Okay, and this, I would have preferred this been asked in advance, but John, you're willing to do it at the package that you presented
Yes,
to us?
at the same terms and conditions as currently exist.
And I
Thank you
presume
very
that that is occurring as of right now. So
That's
the
correct.
reason I say that is I want to make it very clear in terms of my legal representation.
Understood.
It's now being passed to Mr. Herron.
Yes.
And so that way, I mean,
Thank you.
Mr. Herron can explain.
Thank
real
you very
quick.
much for coming.
Responsibilities, but-
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. And thank
So
you
I
for your
think we
kind
need to get
words.
David and John up here in their seats so we can continue this meeting.
Oh, let me clean up.
Madam Mayor, I think the clerk wants to say something.
It's
What?
It's not.
Yeah, we have serious issues to treat, like the variance and other.
We're doing the variance now.
Yes. Could Mrs. Mandel continue there because they went through? Mr. Herring didn't go through.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Mr. Herring didn't study the agenda. He doesn't know the history of the
I
agenda.
think he does, actually, Roseanne.
And Mrs. Mandel, she had all.
I think he did. I think I think he went online and he's aware.
I think 16A that I moved up was the attorney.
Yeah. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, she was saying that maybe you should have had the attorney stay for at least for the variance.
Both of them to the end of the meeting.
Could have made it to the end of the meeting.
Well, did Mr. Herron leave?
No.
He'll be back.
I would have made the meeting.
Harvey, could you ask him to come in here, please? We have a meeting going on.
You know,
In the wrong direction.
We really are getting to the variance.
We need John Herron in here.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Would you please stay? Oh, okay. He wasn't leaving. He was just talking.
You have the whole binder? Okay.
Okay.
John has a binder with everything, and he's ready to. John, are you ready to pick up and finish this meeting for us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So
We're going to the.
We're ready to start the quasi-judicial proceedings. So, David, you're ready to sit through the rest of the meeting? Okay, good. Okay. We need another commissioner. We really need everyone to sit.
He's in
and-
the
okay.
We went to the restroom.
Good
Right.
grief.
Okay. Variance. Sure.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
There's a
At
procedure
this
for
time, since this is a quasi matter, either the clerk or myself should swear in the witnesses.
Okay.
Would you please do that, Mr. Herron?
Madam, Mr. Attorney, I think I'm supposed to say something in reference to, I happen to be at the,
Why don't we let John run this,
Yeah.
and he'll let you
Yeah.
know
What's
when
this
he's
here?
Let's do this. The first step in the process is to swear in the witnesses. And as soon as we swear in the witnesses, then it is appropriate for each one of you, under your process that you've adopted, to disclose any ex parte communications, which is any communications you've had with members of the public prior to today's meeting, as well as any site visits that you may have made to the property as well. And finally, you should state for the record that those outside communications won't affect your decision. You're going to base your decision on what you hear today and what is presented to you before you today, because that's the context of a quasi-judicial proceeding.
Okay. You run this proceeding for us.
Okay.
To the extent that you want me to,
Will
yes.
you stand up and raise your hand? People?
Yes, if
All the
anyone's going to
people-
testify on this matter, it'd be appropriate for you to stand at this time and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
so help you God.
No, not necessarily.
I don't like that you're leaving God out. That's not right.
believe it.
You left out God. I don't know.
Right, wherever, if you're going to talk about
I
them.
think we have these
Over there.
pictures.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, we got the swearing in now. We need to do the conflict part.
They were sworn in already.
They've all been, witnesses have been sworn in. At this point in time, it'd be appropriate for each one of you all to disclose any ex parte communications that you've had regarding this matter.
I have had none.
Have you had any?
Mayor, have you
No.
had any?
Okay.
I've had no communications, nor do I know the people.
I was at the, when he was going his variance in front of the board, I happened to be at the meeting, so I heard the whole conversation.
The
So-
presentation that took
Yeah,
place
so
then?
it doesn't affect my decision at all. But
Okay.
I just wanted to disclose that I was there.
You've all disclosed your ex parte communications. At this point in time, it would be appropriate for the applicant to proceed with their presentation on their request for variance.
Go ahead.
I have a statement here from the neighbors with the signatures, and I'm going to read for you, for the commissioner. I support my neighbor, Sandra and Stephen Scher, living at 955 Northeast 118th Street. I am in support of them requesting their variance for their swimming pool. Can you help me with the names, please? First one.
Yordis Coro.
Yoris Coro, Richard Linostrom, Lauren Caban, Robert Caban, Marcos Amadeo, Rodney Schwartz, Ellen Schwartz, Andres Bejermo. Okay, there's a note for one of the neighbor. I'm in to support. Also, what she said? Insult?
It's nothing to do with our variance. It's a
Oh, no?
comment that she made
okay.
about the not having a
So,
January hearing.
Let's
Madam
leave the
Mayor,
note.
members of the commission, to the extent that that information has been provided to you, since this is a quasi-judicial proceeding and they are not here present to either be asked directly or to testify, you should give the appropriate weight, which is essentially less weight to what other testimony you may hear tonight, because they are not present. And therefore, in of itself, that written document by the neighbors has little evidentiary value because they're not present. So,
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
We have to call the public comments on.
I don't think we need a list anymore. Public comments will just be lining up, if that's okay.
well,
We don't need a list. They'll
For
just
the
line up.
variance, yes. Right,
they-
Mr. Herring?
Again, the process is that the applicant will now proceed
Right.
with their presentation. At that point in time, staff can address any questions that you all may have of staff or of the applicant. They can have an opportunity. Once they are finished with their presentation, then you would open the public hearing part of the proceeding, and the clerk will, to the extent that people have signed up, call them in order, and then at the end of her calling the people up, you can then say, is there anyone else who wants to make any comment before we close the public hearing? And if there's no one else, then you would close the public hearing and then take up the matter, the three of you.
Okay.
P&Z, did we also get the?
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
can
you
talk.
P&Z, yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Sandor Scher, and that's my wife, Stephanie Scher. We live at 955 Northeast 118th Street. I have here, I printed, in case it was needed, some very legible copies of the documentation that's in your packet. So if I can just pass these out.
As those are being passed out, let me state again for the record, this has been properly noticed and is properly before you. All the procedural notice requirements of the village have been complied with. Sorry, please, didn't mean to interrupt, but needed to get that on the record.
We have this already in the packet.
Yes.
We have all this.
Okay, no, I know, it's just more, it's very legible, so I wasn't sure. It's just a good quality, that's all.
Good printer.
Yeah, just wanted to make it easier.
We have it.
So, as far as the presence of our neighbors, we did not ask them to come. I was told that written letters from them would be sufficient. So, noting the attorney's comments, I just wanted to clarify why they're not here.
Could I just ask you who told you? Who said that witnesses are not necessary?
I asked the manager if I should get letters or support from my neighbors, and he said letters from your neighbors are always welcome and would be helpful. And I said, okay.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So what we have here is pools in our are not separately classified in terms of setbacks, and on the west side of our property, we want to put a pool on our house, and we've done a lot of juggling and moving things around and trying to find the best solution to ask for the minimum variance possible, so that we can fit a pool and still have functional use of the backyard, which in our case is twofold: functional for our family to actually be able to have room to safely circulate between the house and the pool, but also so that someone in a wheelchair could get around the pool and safely circulate as well. I have the unfortunate situation of where both my father and my identical twin brother happen to be in wheelchairs, so it creates a situation where we need to be able to accommodate them, and they can, especially my identical twin brother can swim at my house and with his kids. So what we did is we looked at the layouts that were available, and we came up with a solution to basically turn the pool into an L shape. And by making the pool an L shape, it allowed us to have a pool that was of a very modest size. The width of the pool has been compressed to the really the minimum that's functional. It's on the side where we're asking for the 5 foot of relief instead of the normal 10-foot setback. We asked for 5 feet. That allows the pool to then be instead of 6.5 feet from the house, from the edge of the water, it allows the pool to be about 11 feet. And there's 2 large prints which Stephanie can walk up to the dais with and show you, so you can clearly see the difference. We went to the planning board. We received approval from the planning board for the variance. We talked through a number of different solutions and options, and so now we're here before you. Pool, is really part of our landscaping and hardscaping of the backyard. It's not a structure, if you will, that stands vertically and has a negative effect on our neighbor, and the most affected neighbor has no issue with it. So we'd ask that you would grant this variance and allow us to move forward with the construction of the pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from P&E? P&Z. Close.
Hi, Gage Hartung, Chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. So this, the applicant came in front of the Planning and Zoning Board and requested the placement of the pool in the side and rear setbacks. They worked with the board and came up to what they're requesting is a 3.5 foot into the side setback and a 5 foot into the rear setback. The board voted on it and passed it 2-1. So it did get the recommendation to the board, to the commission from the Planning and Zoning Board to recommend the approval of those setbacks.
Was any other location or altering the location
Well, they
considered?
did
or?
originally ask for further into the setbacks, and we worked with them, and they were able to work with us to reduce what their request into the setback, so it actually came back towards the house further. And also, they agreed to make the pool narrower, so that they could maintain their footprint on the other side, their pathway that they're requesting. So that was that's what they had requested, and that's what we considered.
Okay, thank you. Dan, do you have anything?
So was the board was satisfied with everything that you requested them to do, that they meet with you?
Yeah, the majority of the board voted yes. So the board did yes vote.
Mac?
Paige, are you done with your presentation? I don't want to ask questions if you're still presenting things.
No, I'm done with my presentation. I just, just a reminder that we do have the 4 points of that they have to meet. So please keep that in mind when you're considering the.
May I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
I believe I understand what I'm looking at here. Were there only 3 of your 5 members present, so it was a 2-to-1 vote?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a 10-foot setback. Gage, could you explain, is the setback different for pools in any way, or for any structure if they wanted to put a pergola there? Is it the setback 10 feet for anything they wanted to put back in that yard?
A pool is an accessory structure, and accessory structures must maintain the same setbacks as the main structure, so it is the same. It would be 10 and 10 in the rear,
there's no
the side.
special setback for a pool?
No.
Okay. And can you explain the purpose for a 10-foot setback for an accessory structure on a property? What is the reasoning for that?
It's just the general rule of setbacks in general, that keep structures away from the property line, so they're all maintained at certain levels throughout the park. There's a uniformity to it.
And if you're not the person to answer this, let me know. Is it primarily a safety consideration?
No, it's just
Uniformity?
the way the code is written and the way, pretty much, universal is you have a setback, and that's, you try to maintain those setbacks as clear of any structures. So we have front, side, and rear setbacks.
Okay, so
it's not a safety, it's not a safety issue or anything, it's just a
And the reason
clear.
I ask about the safety is I remember when we put our pool in, that there are some safety considerations for people coming over fences and things in the pool. So that's not something to consider here.
Not here, no, they will have to maintain, fence with self-closing gates and
Right, that's a whole
can't be
separate
climbable and all that stuff.
Okay. Does this property back onto an alley?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, and are there any special considerations given the fact that it backs onto what amounts to a street? Or is it everything?
No, alleys
the
are
same?
they still have the same side, rear setbacks.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're looking at here. Okay. Okay, so other than the fact that, am I allowed to ask if you voted for or against it? I see in here, I'm pretty certain you're the person who voted no. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was 2-to-1, and the other 2 people who were attendants, I'm not certain who they were, voted yes and you voted no. Can you explain to me, because this is the first time I'm going to consider this, and just whoever's not clear, this isn't a matter of my opinion on anything, aesthetics or otherwise. It's a matter of these 4 points that we consider, and those are the same 4 points that you guys were charged with considering when you heard the variance request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain? The other people said yes, so that means they agreed that all 4 of those things pertain to this situation, correct?
Yes.
Which one did you think? I mean, I'm going to consider you an authority here. You've been doing this for a long time. Which of those 4 points did you consider that they had not met?
Because I just want to also stipulate, I'm speaking on behalf of the board, so the
Yes,
board
I
did vote.
understand.
The board did vote for it, so my testimony is in support of the variance.
Okay.
Personally, as a resident, I did not feel the applicant met 2 of the requirements. It being the minimum size of the pool, and then having the pool in the location preserve the substantial property right. That was my person. Again, speaking on behalf of the board.
Is there anybody that wants to be heard on this?
Can I ask a question of Sandor? Since he already spoke, do you mind?
At this point in time, it's appropriate to ask any questions of either the planning board member staff, or the applicant, and then you would open the public hearing for the members of the public.
Okay, so I can ask Sandra a couple of quick
Yes,
questions.
you can.
Sandra, you mentioned that you have a father and brother who are wheelchair bound, and do they live with you? Is that why you're asking for a special consideration in some way?
Neither of them live with me. My brother visits, and being able to get into a pool, swimming is kind of one of the last activities that he really is able to do. So he's certainly in my mind. When I was thinking of this, I think that I have a very substantial experience in building and construction. I own a company that builds hotel and commercial projects, so we deal with pools and code all the time, and ADA code and accessibility. So regardless of my personal situation, I'm intimately familiar with the process of what that means. And so it was in really, not just in my personal situation, but in my professional opinion, that 6.5 feet from the water line to the edge of the house would not be sufficient for moving around the pool safely. There's this, in terms of being able to have the substantial enjoyment or a substantial benefit. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but one of those four. Really 9 to 10 feet is the minimum space that you need to circulate around a body of water like a pool and be comfortable. My situation is just exacerbated by the fact that there's this other mitigating issue that's my personal situation. So that was part of it. I included in your package responses to the special circumstances or conditions, items 1 through 4, and I provided notations on and with dimensions on the design of the pool. As I said, the very modest width. I found a lot of code that we deal with all the time in terms of barriers and clearances and recommendations from Florida Building Code in terms of distances from glass. One thing that's important to note is on the west side of the house facing the pool, which is a sliding glass door, and on the north side of the house facing the pool are operable windows, and so there is obviously a consideration there in terms of being able to, whether it would be in an emergency if the house was on fire, to be able to move out of the windows, or whether it would be just in terms of having egress that is safe. So that was part of the responses in terms of the bullet points 1 and 2 in your package, and then I further in 3 and 4. Trying to find. I passed out to you the copies of my memo, and it seems that this package, is it missing pages?
Yeah, I only see your 1 and 2.
This is the package I was handed when I got here, but it seems to stop at number 2. If you look at the package that I handed you, it continues to 3 and 4.
I see that. Okay.
So maybe that's the one that we had submitted with the to the planning board. So there's the justification for the other points as well. Sort of our best thoughtful approach to it.
I have a couple of other questions.
Sure.
What are your plans between, on the west and north sides, what are your plans between the edge of the pool and the property line? Is that paved, pavers, or is it landscaped?
Landscaping.
So landscaping will come straight up to the edge of the pool, to the edge of the, what do they call the cap?
The property.
No, from the property line
From the property line to the.
We're going to have so there's the water line, the pool coping, is that whole pool coping and walkway will be approximately 24 inches, and then the rest would be landscaping. So we'll put in some sort of nice landscaping vertical element.
Okay. So the distance that you're requesting of 5 feet versus the distance of 10 feet, that 5 foot is to the pool or to the edge of the pavers?
The measurements are to the water line. That's everything is measured from the water line.
Okay, so what you're requesting from us is 5 feet from water line to property line, but some of that 5 feet will be pavers as well. You're saying 2 feet of that will be pavers, so in essence, there'll only be 3 feet between the edge of the pavers and the property line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the way that the pool contractor and that the architect advised me is when you apply for a variance, you measure from water line. So that was...
I'm not questioning you.
No, I asked the same question myself when I was doing it.
In other words, just so I'm clear, the 5 feet that I'm looking at there is from water line to property line, but in that 5 feet, 2 feet of it will be pavers, leaving 3 feet of landscaping to the, I'm assuming there's a fence there already, or you have to put a fence?
There's a fence there already, yeah. And I want to also add that Gage is correct. At the planning board, we did agree to decrease the request of the variance as part of the back and forth discussion that we could live with. So we agreed. Obviously, the first thing that we worked with was the width of the pool, which is at 11 feet, which, as you know, is a very modest width of a pool. It's sort of bordering on a swim spa. We agreed to make that 10'6", and then we agreed to instead of going into the setback the full 5 feet, we agreed to decrease that request by another foot. So it was 1.5 foot of total, or less impact.
I just want to make sure that I was clear that the 5 feet will be 2 feet of paver. The 5 foot setback is 2 feet of pavers, 3 feet of landscaping.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So on your diagram, and I've studied this pretty thoroughly.
Really quick?
Yeah.
So our code states that pads and patios like that cannot be any closer than 30 inches to the property line. So he's not asking for a variance to that. So that would still be technically enforced when they come in for the application for the actual pool and the pool deck.
So what we're seeing here in terms of that part of the code, they would meet code.
Sorry, say that again?
They would meet code in terms of that.
They could go up to 30 inches. So they're not, and again, they're not asking for a
So
variance to that.
they're 6 inches to the good. They're good for 6.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so on the diagram, and I've studied it in here, and I'm a little confused about something. The small dotted box on the right, that's your septic tank, correct?
Would it be all right if I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
I'm going to take this. No, I don't have my glasses on, so. Okay, this box right here, that's a septic tank.
Point to the drain field where it is now.
Right here.
Point to the drain field where it will be when the pool's
It's going, yeah.
Because on one of your diagrams, it indicates, I thought, that the drain field was on the other side, was being moved to the other side of the yard.
No, we hired a company, we did a survey and got the certification, and that's where it is.
Okay, so I'm looking at Rosmel's diagram, and they show the drain field over here.
That was on our, so that, when we applied to planning board previously, that's where we thought it was, because this is a concrete patio, so we never thought. And then we hired a company to certify it. So before we presented to planning board, we discovered that, and this is the diagram that we brought to planning board.
And your alley's behind it.
The alley is right
The
here.
alley's right there.
Yeah.
And then it brings another question. So the drain field is how close to the pool? I thought there was a setback gauge between the drain field and the pool. Or not a setback, but there was a distance between the drain field and the pool. That's a Durham thing. So
Yeah, it's the septic tank to the pool is so I researched this in my septic company, and basically I know that there's could be some risk for me in this process, and I may have to deal with my drain field, and if that happens, then that's a separate issue that I'm going to have to deal with.
The last thing I'm going to ask you. So what I'm not seeing indicated on here clearly that I see in the photograph, so thank you for bringing this. There's a concrete slab with a roof over it, and I don't see it on these diagrams. I see a very small box with an
Yeah, It's right here, yeah, so that all goes away.
So you're removing the concrete slab?
We are, yes. All of that, so obviously, to my surprise, nobody would put a septic tank drain field underneath a concrete slab, but that's what it was. So I was certain that it was going this way, but it turns out that it's going this way. So that needs to be removed, and that's for the better anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, I'll open up to the public hearing. Anybody want to? I'm sorry.
Just looking through the pack that I was provided, the pack I was provided, there's like 4 different layouts here with different dimensions to the property line. So we don't, if you have the same thing that I had, you don't have a clear site plan of the request for the setbacks. Because one has a 10 to the side, 10 to the back, another one has, do you have an actual clear
Well, the
site
10,
plan
the
that-
10 to the side is the existing conditions, and then the 5 was the request. So when the package was put together, that was our original request to planning. I think the commission could certainly clarify in their motion.
But I'm just saying, you don't, with the application, there's not an actually.
I don't have that,
clear
no.
That has an actual plan of what is being requested, which.
No, there is.
Thanks,
There
Gary.
is.
There is.
There's one that shows it's
just like that.
Yeah.
6'5" into the side setback and 5 foot into the back.
Yes.
6'5" from the property line to the on the side, and 5 foot to the rear.
5 foot to the
request is
rear
for-
and 5 foot to the
5'5".
side. 5'5".
Well, the
just like
request
here.
is 3'5" into the side setback and 5 feet into the rear setback.
That's what our formal variance application says. So the variance application is correct, so what you would be voting on is the variance
So you don't
application.
have a drawing that actually
I'm not
matches
seeing
that.
that. Okay, so I'm sorry, then say that again, because that's very confusing to me. That's not what we're looking at here.
If you go to your variance application, which is the second page of the package, which is the formal application, it has the dimensions that we agreed to when we were at the planning board.
I see. So it's,
So that's what you would be voting on.
And I was just pointing out that none of the drawings actually say that.
Say-
They match.
match.
So they need to mark the drawings or
Well,
something that.
if you are inclined to approve this, your code does allow you to impose conditions, and one such condition can be submission of a properly drawn site plan made part of the record, and
And that'll happen actually when they actually do the full application.
Correct,
It'll
but-
come in
and that's something we would charge P&Z to make sure it was done.
If I may, yeah.
We would have the variance and then it would come back to us.
So the building department would
When
review it.
when we apply for a building permit, the review will look at the variance application, and they'll use that as the measuring stick for making sure that we're in compliance.
Okay, so to recap what you said, you're telling me that what I'm looking at here is not correct, but what's on the application is correct.
I
And that
can't see that.
Well, it shows 5 in the back and 5 on the side, so it really would be 5 in the back and 6.5 feet on the side.
Yes.
Setback from water line, so it's actually, he's less in the setback. What he's requesting is less in the setback than what we're seeing on these diagrams.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's not clear at all on here, that's, okay. I mean, it's clear in this thing.
In the
It wasn't
application.
clear. There's a lot of pictures and they don't seem to got it, but I got it.
Public comments?
Gary Q.
Well, we've only got 2 commissioners out of 3, so I think we ought to wait for
You have to
Okay.
wait for
Commissioner Samaria to come back and vote. In the meantime, congratulations, welcome. Happy to see you here.
Thank you. Is Jessica here? Okay, no, I don't want you yet. I'm just checking to see if you hung out this long.
You're not
She's
wanted
ready.
here, that's what she said.
She's ready.
All right.
Thank you.
Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. You know, in the big picture, when you buy a property, you accept the limitations and the regulations and the conditions that go along with that property. What,
Talking
the
now.
mic? I thought it was loud enough. Hello? Is that,
Yes.
Oh, it's working, good. But more to the point, essentially, a variance provides for the minimum deviation in applicable codes to allow a homeowner to do something that might not otherwise be achievable.
It's not bending the rules to allow a homeowner to do whatever they want, the way they want, and where they want. Denying a variance in this case does not preclude the homeowner from building a pool. And that's the basic premise for a variance. It may not be the size and location that they want, but that's really not relative to the 4 points that must be evaluated in a variance. Now, the reasons that were given and what I saw in the backup was a conflict with a drain field. Drain field can be moved. The need for safety glass in the windows and doors if it is too close to the pool. Or the need to separate the pool from the overhang to avoid water runoff, which could be solved with gutters. None of these are special circumstances or conditions. They are all similar to conditions any home has throughout the village. Furthermore, these are all financial considerations. That's all they are. They're not limitations by any means. I believe that the minimum the county allows, this is county ordinance, you can't override it, is a 10-foot setback on the side yard and a 7.5-foot setback in the rear. So the best you can do is really allow for a 2.5-foot variation. But even at that, remember, when you do this, whenever you give a variance, you set a precedent. And you really have to consider that, because the next person that comes in, you've kind of automatically given them a free card. One thing I'm not entirely certain of, but doesn't make a great deal of sense to me, that the setback would be measured to the structure, not the water line. Not a huge thing, because you're not talking about a 3-foot wall, but I've never heard that you measure it to the water line. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Nobody else signed.
So do we
At
take
this
a
point
vote?
in time, unless there's any further comment, you would close the public comment portion, give an opportunity to the applicant and staff to answer any last questions, and then put the matter for a vote.
Okay, we're closing public comments. Does anybody have any more questions for them?
If I may, the gentleman who just spoke cited a couple of reasons that are not, none of them are considerations for us. Water runoff is not a consideration as it relates to the main issues. The drain field, I've said on the record, if it is an issue, we'll deal with it. So I want to state it again, so that's clear for everyone. And safety glass, I'm not really sure what the gentleman is referring to. We have impact rated windows on our home, which obviously we did to keep our home safe during storms. It's a function of when you walk out of a door or a window, having the room to do that. I think that there's probably a bigger discussion about how we consider pools in Biscayne Park, because we do have small property lots, and we do want to encourage this type of really positive development and beautiful backyards. At least I have a small lot. I don't live in a large lot of just under 9,000 feet. So, there's probably things that we can look at as a village collectively for certain things. Anyhow, I appreciate your consideration, and I'm here to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Do you want to call a vote, Roseanne?
And make a vote.
Well, there needs to, at this point in time, a motion, a second, discussion, and ultimately, for purposes of approval of the variance, a determination, one way or the other, that the criteria in the code have been met or not, depending upon which way the motion is. So at this point in time, you would, and you can make it clear, you can impose any conditions that are reasonably intended to mitigate the impacts of the variance if you were to grant it, landscaping, things like that you may impose. But you do have to make a motion. It does have to be seconded, and then there would be discussion before a vote.
I just want to remind you of one thing. Before you vote, you
Hold on.
need to check the
Excuse me.
county ordinance because you cannot override it. And you need to check with the county in terms of, does the setback go to the structure or the water line? Because as I said, it's 10 feet in the side yard and 7.5 feet, according to what I read. So I would be careful, and you might want to check that before you vote, if you're going to consider the applicant's request.
Gabe, I'm sorry. Gabe, did the board consider that at all?
The board has always done pools, structures, setbacks to the water line. It's the way it's always been done, the precedent. And as far as county codes go, from my understanding is the village can be stricter than the county as far as our setbacks go. We just can't be lighter or lesser than the county.
You are applying, let me make this clear, you are applying your setback requirements to this application. The county, while has the authority to make certain regulations, every municipality in Miami-Dade County is subject to, zoning is uniquely local. The county has not preempted your ability to have your own setbacks, and that is what you are applying this variance to, your setbacks. And last but not least, while there is a perception or a belief that by granting one variance, you have to necessarily grant a future variance that may be similar, that is not true. There is no precedent here. Every variance has to meet the criteria, and that is for you all to determine on a case-by-case basis as they come before you. And whether or not someone granted someone, that may be an argument that someone may make, but that is not the standard. The standard is, does the application before you at that point in time meet the criteria in the code or not?
See, for me, I don't know a lot about the stuff, so I have to rely on the experts. And the board seemed to have approved this, so I have to rely on what they say.
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, before, please. So I have done it, every variance that has come up, I have relied on the board, the P&Z and code, if it happens to be a code issue, to do this. I don't know a lot about this, so I have to rely on the experts. And so that's what I was asking questions on the board, and they have voted to accept this. So that's.
The board has come forward with a recommendation of approval, and your code provides that you should consider that in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, it is this board, this commission, that is making the decision that the applicant has met the 4 criteria in the code or not. And last but not least, if there are appropriate conditions that you wish to impose upon the granting of the variance, if that is in fact the will of this commission to grant it.
Can I just say something, Commissioner?
I'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner, so you're clear on this. The board gives you ideas or recommendations, but at the end of the day, the decision is the commission. And the commission can set other rules or impose other conditions too. But at the end of the day, it's a board's recommendation, but it's the commission's final decision. So I just want you to be clear on that.
No, I understand.
Okay.
That's correct.
I'll entertain a motion.
Go ahead. Is there a motion? Is there a motion on the floor to accept
Not
this?
yet.
Okay.
Still waiting for a motion.
That's what he's asking.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, you should talk through the 4 points, because that is going to have a bearing on whether or not you approve it or deny it. But before you do so, you should probably place a motion on the table, one way or the other. So you can have an appropriate discussion. Or if you want to discuss it before you make the motion, that's fine as well. But generally, it's you make a motion, then you discuss it.
Ginny, there's a rule in Dade County that the chair of the meeting can make a motion. So you disregard that. You can always make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve variance. Is there a second?
Discussion? Yeah.
Well, there has to be a second
Motion is to approve.
to then have a discussion.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Second for discussion.
Okay. All right. So now you're.
Second, and now we can, okay. So, shall I go first?
Yes, please.
Because and I want to ask the attorney a question here.
Yes, sir.
Is it my understanding, and I've read this, and I want to make sure I'm thinking this through correctly, that the applicant has to meet all four of those, what are they called?
The criteria.
The criteria. They have to meet all four of them. I have to be able to say yes, 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 yes. It's not that most of them they meet and some they don't.
No, they have to meet all four.
They have to meet all four.
Yes.
That's where I have an issue with, because I can't say yes to all four of these, and I can't in your, and I appreciate you organizing it like this because it made it easy. I can't see how you're justifying all four of these things. I don't see special considerations on the property that require you to do this, or you won't have reasonable use of your land. The only thing that I see that really stands in your way is a drain field that many people move when they put a pool in. So if you can explain that to me differently, I'd like to hear it, because we put a pool in and we had to move our drain field for
Sure.
this exact same reason.
The drain field has absolutely nothing to do with the location of the pool. The drain field is here because it needs to be, but I don't want you to focus on it. The reason why for the pool is solely because of the distance between the house with the glass doors that are here and the window here and the water line. That's what's pushing this. And what we agree. Yes, that's the critical measurement right here and right here. And so we've agreed to shrink the size of the pool from 11 feet to 10'6", which is quite small. And we've agreed to decrease the pushing into the setback from 5 feet, that this would go to 6 feet, so that the total distance here would be 10 feet from the water line to the edge of the house.
Why is that a critical distance?
Because when you, in terms of enjoyment, having 10 feet on this side of your pool, which is on your neighbor's, basically at the edge of your neighbor's property, completely away from the house, and having the ability for somebody who's in a wheelchair to circulate and move around the pool 10 feet, thinking about the fact that you need a minimum of a 5-foot turning radius, 10 feet is a marginal distance to allow that to happen. So that is what's driving it. I don't want you to think that the drain field is pushing it this way. It's not. And I've said that now on the record a few times. And the same thing here. It's all about circulation. It's all about creating a backyard that has the ability for circulation and also takes into account the special circumstances that, unfortunately, we have to deal with. That's what's driving that.
Are those ADA requirements?
Yeah.
So there are ADA requirements that say certain distances between structures, and
You could, David is very familiar with that, I'm sure.
Cage? Do you take those things into consideration? Doesn't apply to private property.
No, it applies, but practically these are dimensions that, yeah.
Legally, the ADA does not come into play here. It's ADA only applies to.
Glad I asked. And then the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right into the petitioner. And again, this is not anything about your design or your home or you guys personally, your desire to do this. I understand what you want to do. It's the word right that I'm stuck on, because I'm not sure that having a pool is even a right. Is having a pool a right? I mean, lots of people buy properties that there isn't room for a pool. have properties that don't, here in Biscayne Park, Gage stepped in, we don't allow pools in front yards, is that correct? So there are properties that don't have enough room in the back to even put a pool in, and do we allow variances to put them in the front yard if there's no room in the backyard?
I couldn't speak to what the commission would do, but I mean, we do have front setbacks, and I guess somebody could apply for a variance to put one in the front yard. I mean, that would be a very.
We don't officially allow pools in front.
No, we do not.
Yeah, so it's the word right there that.
And that's why we're asking for a variance. I mean, I've seen there are certainly homes in Biscayne Park where there are houses that are on very narrow lots, and then what they do is they put the pool to the side of the house, so it is basically coming to the to the front because it's such a small lot. I don't know if those required variances or not, but certainly in terms of the pool and the impact to the yard, it's, I would say, much more than anything that we're doing here.
Those are my comments.
Okay, do you want to vote?
Okay.
Do you have any
First person
comments?
to speak. Does anyone else have comments?
Okay.
And the slab and the roof are coming out.
The slab and the roof are coming out. Yes, absolutely.
Madam Mayor, as it currently stands, there's a motion to approve,
Right.
and there's been a second. To the extent that the commission is about to take a vote, I would just ask that the motion be formed in that if it's to approve, as it currently stands, is because you're moving to approve it because you find that the 4 criteria for the variance have been met by the applicant.
Okay, I correct my motion that all 4, what are they called? Criteria has been
The 4
met.
criteria have been met.
And I'm making a motion to approve it.
And I believe Commissioner Samaria seconded it. And so
Yes.
Can we get a vote?
now's vote.
Mayor Hopping?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
We have public comments, and
I'm sorry, did we officially apologize to these people for having to wait a month to do this? We did not want to make.
oh, I think they enjoyed it, didn't you?
This is their second visit here, and I want to make
Yeah.
sure we apologize.
We apologize, but we hope you come back. You don't have to have a variance to come to meetings.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I just want to, Madam Clerk, I just want to ask you a question. Why is public comments down so low? Or is it just because of the...
Yeah, because they're having lots of it.
Oh, okay. No, because I thought
Okay,
public comments...
public comments, just line up if you're going to, just a second, we're going to, okay, well,
You're number 8?
let's hear
It's
from
agenda number 8.
Jessica first.
Okay. I promise to make this really quick. I'm asking for something very small, a waiver of a $250
Right.
production fee. And in 2 minutes, I'll tell you why. I run a nonprofit organization called Eyes on Your Mission. I'm a brand new resident of Biscayne Park. I'm a professor at Florida International University, and I'm actually here because Moses Shumo, who some of you know, who's a dear friend of mine, passed, and he's the reason that I moved to Biscayne Park. So he and I ran this nonprofit together, Eyes on Your Mission. We are donating a video production to another nonprofit called the Child Rescue Coalition. They're up in Boca Raton, and we would like to shoot this video on my personal property. It's only going to be a 2 or 3 minute video. I've worked with the biggest agencies in the world to do video production, like United Nations, Lions Club, Special Olympics, U.S. State Department. So I produce at the highest level. And there's no money being exchanged for this specific production. The reason that even the fee came to mention is because I sent an email last month to Chief of Police Luis Cabrera and Village Manager Christian, and they approved an off-duty officer to actually take part in the video production. We budgeted the $225 for the 3-hour minimum with Officer Kevin Lopez, but we didn't know about the additional fee. There's a $250 fee, and there's a $250 deposit for damages, and I would like a waiver for both of those. If the commission grants it, I would be willing to have the Village of Biscayne Park be a sponsor in the video. It's starring America's Most Wanted, or John Walsh.
I read that. what is your problem with posting a bond? If there's no damage, you get it back. That's the $250 bond. I can see waiving the $250, but what's wrong with the bond? That's just protecting us that there's no damage from the cars that you have.
Okay,
coming
yeah,
in.
like I said, it's all being shot on my private property. It's a very small crew.
But they'll be
four
using
people.
the median to park cars. and
No, they'll be using my personal property.
Then you won't have any damage and you'll get it back.
Okay, if you feel strongly that you want me to post that, I will post the $250 and get that back, if you'll waive the other fee.
You have any comments?
Yeah, a couple of real quick questions. Is this on? You hearing me? Now? Okay. Real quickly, Jessica, I'm sorry, I had to look for your name for a second.
Yes.
Okay, so I understand here that Biscayne, that the officer will not be visible in the video, and that
Correct, their head will not be
okay,
visible.
and their
the car.
badge, nothing that identifies the police officer or our police department or even the city.
That's correct.
And so anybody watching this video will not have a clue it was filmed in Biscayne Park.
That's correct.
Okay, but you're offering some kind of a sponsorship, like in the credits. I
If
see.
you would like that in the credits.
I'm not certain that I would even want that, quite frankly. I'm not certain how I feel about that, so I would automatically default
No,
to
but maybe we'd like to see it before.
Yeah,
I'm more than willing to send it, and you can make that decision after it's shot.
okay. My is everything being filmed inside your house? That I understand, with views to the outside.
There will be maybe 3 scenes shot in the front driveway of the police officer in the car looking
Okay.
on a computer screen.
Okay.
And the dramatic reenactment will be done inside of the property.
Inside the house. Okay, that's
And the
all.
neighbors will be warned in advance why the police officer will be there.
Okay. Will you be able to see any of the neighbors' homes in the video?
No.
I would want to make sure that that's clearly
No, sir.
stipulated,
Absolutely
that
not.
nobody's home could be seen or identified in any way, nor their cars, and that no people walking by, their children, that nobody
Absolutely,
would,
sir.
Okay. That'd be great. I don't have a look. First of all, welcome to Biscayne Park. It's we hope you don't have a terrible impression based on this evening's show, but I personally have no problem giving people some leeway on things like this. Organizations that want to use public facilities and things like that. So I personally have no problem waiving the fee at all. The deposit, I feel very strongly about that. You
Yes,
need
sir.
to pay the deposit
Yes.
because. You have a lot of people coming, film crews, dragging stuff around. Who knows? All kinds of things go wrong. Are you new to South Florida or just Biscayne Park?
I've been here for 15 years,
Okay,
sir.
great. Well, South Florida, you know how horribly things go wrong. So let's just be aware that it can happen. So I personally am going to ask you to pay the deposit.
Okay.
And be very mindful of everything and just take
Yes,
good
sir.
care of our village. But I also wouldn't. I'm not sure I'd even want the sponsorship. That's all I have.
Dan?
Yeah, I agree with what he said. Definitely the deposit we definitely have to have. Be sure that and I agree with him, be sure we keep residents' houses and everything out, especially the police officer not being seen on it.
Absolutely, sir.
And I would definitely like for us to see it before, you do it.
Yes.
Okay? And
Yeah.
again, I have no problem waiving the $250,
Okay.
but the deposit I definitely would like to have.
Yes, sir.
Because when we have campaigning, they have to put campaign signs, they have to pay $250. So I think you have to pay that too.
Can I make a motion that we waive
Can I
the
ask you-
fee?
Can I ask you one real quick question, or ask her one quick question, or ask the attorney maybe the questions for? Can we request to approve the final product before it's used, just to make sure
That's
that
exactly what I was gonna-
that all the measures have been?
I want to make a recommendation. I think that perception is important to the village. I would suggest that the deposit, not to waive it, the $250, but the application fee, that's fine. However, to see the product, have the police department review the product prior to its release.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, not at all.
Okay,
You'll
so
be
then
very
what I
happy.
would suggest in that the police department gets the approval from the police chief prior to the release.
Okay, so that would be Chief Luis Cabrera.
That
who
will
would
be
make
Chief
that call.
Cabrera.
Okay.
Okay?
I think
Yes,
that's
I
very
agree.
reasonable.
Okay,
Yep.
so I make a motion based upon everything.
I
that
just
you
need a consensus.
Ah?
Just a consensus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was
Do we
that?
have a consensus?
Consent.
All three of
Yeah,
you?
we're going to
Yes,
waive the
to
fee, but
waive
we're not
the
going to
fee,
waive the
but not a
deposit.
bond.
Yeah.
But I definitely, as David says, we have to have the approval of the.
That's
So-
fine. I'm interested in having you guys see it. Actually, it'll be a very
Okay.
good product.
So
You'll be
would you
proud
bring
of.
it to us at a future meeting so we can see it as well? Not for
At
approval,
the
but just
beginning
I'd
of the
love to see
meeting,
it.
maybe.
Yes. But let's make sure that we're clear that that it's not just that we hold the deposit until the police chief approves it. You can't use it until the police chief approves it.
That's fine.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And please
Sounds like
come
a nice
back
organization, by the way. Thank you.
to
Okay,
meetings.
thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay. Good night. Public comments, just line up. You don't have to sign in.
I'm going to skip the line because I have a babysitter that I am paying. So thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nicole Susi, 1030 Northeast 120th Street. I'd like to start off congratulating our two new commissioners, Ginny and Mac. I love and respect so many of the ideas and principles that you ran on in your campaign. I've already seen such hard work, thoughtfulness, and passion, true passion in this village in your very short time as commissioners. And for that, I am so proud of both of you. I am hopeful that with this new commission, we as a village can begin to move forward and finally start things and start getting things done. I also feel super privileged right now that I don't have a timer running down in red. So thank you for that too. In regards to the code and the special magistrate, this village has never had a problem with code using the code board. The village only began having code problems when the previous mayor came in, completely dismantled the code department, and was horrifically disrespectful to the board members, which forced their resignation. We need enforcement, better administrative procedures, and employee evaluations. Let's work on that first before spending even more tax-paying money to pay a magistrate. As of lately, I have been beyond discouraged, embarrassed, and often rendered speechless with the previous commissions and, up until 3 hours ago, the current manager's behavior. Again, for those of you who know me, Nicole Susi being rendered speechless is like seeing a flock of pigs fly. It never happens. I'd like to know how much of our hardworking tax-paying dollars went to paying those attorneys for that frivolous lawsuit against Commissioner Samaria. I can only guess it was probably around $20,000. Imagine what Biscayne Park could have done with $20,000. We could have astroturfed the tot lot. I'm a mom. That's important to me when my kid picks up mulch that cats have peed on and puts it in their mouth. We could have made over 4 medians. We could have created an elaborate communication system. But instead, we quite literally acted out a rap video and threw money out of drop-top sports cars while flying down the highway. Just threw it out. I moved to Biscayne Park because I thought it would be a wonderful place to raise a family. I now have a gorgeous 3-year-old boy, and I have to drive to Miami Shores to use their clean AstroTurf tot lot. I have to drive to Miami Shores and pay for after-school programs because they're not offered here. And yet, our taxes are so high, and there's nothing for me as a young mother in my village that I can really use. I'm tired of hearing that there isn't enough money from previous commissions. There's no money to get anything done. Get a budget together, set goals, use the foundation, use volunteers and neighbors to raise money to accomplish and execute these goals. We are such a small community. There should be so many events happening to have fun and get things done at the same time. As a resident and a mother, I want to start seeing progress that children, young families, retired people, and everyone in between can enjoy in our village. Now, this may be the most important item of the night. Prior to this previous commission, the meetings always had beverages and delicious treats provided by, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Rosemary. But I think the hostility of the last commission drove residents away and therefore drove away the home-baked brownies. I think it's imperative that brownies and coffee return to these commission meetings. If Rosemary would resume that job, I'd be happy to help. Apple crumb cake. I'd be happy to help with that. Thank you for your time and your hard work, and I trust that both will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. In April 2004, the Miami New Times said that Biscayne Park is a lovely little village with some big, ugly problems. A year later, They said that we were a town gripped by bitter accusations, rumors of violence, and general mayhem. 15 years later, until tonight, it seems that the only thing that has changed was the names of some of the players. In one of the blogs about our community, it was said that we tend to swing wildly from one extreme to another. Tonight was another example. But as a resident who's been attending these meetings for 41 years, I've decided that maybe this pendulum-like behavior is just one of the things that adds to the uniqueness of our community. At the same time, we've had controversy within our small, diverse community throughout its history. But the recent attack on Commissioner Samaria gave a whole new meaning to the word low. The Ethics Commission's final report may have found that no violations on anyone's part occurred, but I strongly believe that this report fell short in many ways, but primarily because it did not include the case against Commissioner Samaria. After witnessing his court hearing, I came to believe that everyone involved in filing against him should step down or be removed from his or her respective positions. I was going to state that I was going to remain hopeful that this might have occurred. Tonight, it has occurred. With so many residents who are passionate about our community, no doubt there will always be controversy and differences of opinion. At the same time, civility must reign, and with the additions of Jenny now as mayor and Mac as commissioner, I look forward to their making a new chapter in Biscayne Park history and to return mutual respect among commissioners, staff, and residents alike.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you.
Jenny, may I respond to her very quickly? Very
Sure.
quickly while Jenny comes up. Linda, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for coming, and you're, a fixture here at these meetings, so thank you for always coming all these years. I want to make it very clear, because I'm the person who led some of what happened here tonight, that it was never my intention when I ran for this position to come in here and do a big sweeping housekeeping like happened here tonight. I felt very strongly the actions of the past few weeks necessitated that, and I did not take it lightly. I did not enjoy doing it. It needed to get done. I'm glad you support it, but I would have done it anyway because it was the right thing to do. The actions of the January meeting and then the case against Dan Samaria that the judge threw out, it required us to do so. So I didn't do it with pleasure, and I certainly did not have that intent when I ran for office.
Janie Anderson, 11th place in 119th Street. Well, I had all these notes written up tonight, and I can throw those away now. You guys moved.
Talk
really
more
fast.
into the microphone.
And, I'm sorry, push.
Mike.
Lower the mic.
Push it down.
All right, just because I'm short. Anyway, you guys moved really fast, and it is exactly what you needed to do. When something boils to the point it was, you can't sit there and say, we'll wait on it, we'll try, we'll think about it. Sometimes you got to cut out the cancer to finally get people recovering and get people moving. I know you're going to take a lot of heat. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for being there for us and for taking on this challenge. Just going to more specific, one of the things I want to bring up, because I'm really tired again tonight of hearing the disparaging, unsubstantiated comments on the former code board members. We resigned, all right. We resigned because it was made perfectly clear our services were not wanted. There was going to be a special magistrate, and while we were waiting for that to happen, we got to be treated to frequent comments impugning our integrity. Never once were we called to a meeting where there could be a back and forth, where there could be an exchange of ideas, where there could be real problem solving. No. We were blindsided on a regular basis at commission meetings by Tracy, Will, Christian, and Rebecca. At a point in time, of course, as you guys all know, we can't speak, or we'd be threatened with being thrown out. And interestingly enough, when I filed my public records request, I got one case. That one case had administrative and staff error, and unfortunately, the attorney based his opinion on misinterpreting what we'd actually made our ruling on, which we would have been able to explain to him, except we were never called into the picture. So enough with that. We can't be told constantly that we got to work together, and then we had, as volunteers, we had to face that. On to other things that you had on the agenda. I hope you guys will eliminate the requirement that if you resign from a board, which remember also affects people who want to resign to run, that you can't get back on that board. It's counterproductive. We are a small town that has a very difficult time, has a difficult time getting enough people to run for office, let alone fill boards. That needs to go away. I think the idea of an ordinance that allows the flexibility of a magistrate and a board is an awesome idea. You don't have to go reinvent the wheel. Not both at the same time. That is cumbersome and redundant. And also right now, considering now we have a lawsuit to pay for too, it's an expense that we really don't need. Glad to see you're going to go to a special meeting or workshop with the charter. I felt all along that the results are rather tainted because there certainly was not a diversity of opinion on that group. Were there a diversity of opinion? Were all opinions welcome? Certainly Ross would have never left that group. And there are issues in the actual ballot questions I have a problem with. There are issues in the body that aren't contained in those ballot questions that people need to understand. It's not anywhere near as important that we get it on this year's ballot as it is that we get it right. And thanks for no big red blob up there with the time.
Thank you very much, Janie.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. Congratulations for you guys sitting up there on that side of the dais. And it's a shame one of the commissioners, I guess, picked up his toys and decided he couldn't take the heat. One of the things I urge you is to freeze and not pay any legal fees associated with the witch hunt that has to do with one of our commissioners. And also, one of the things I hope you initiate again, get working with, is Crime Watch from Chuck Ross. That organization was fantastic. There was a lot of people involved in it, and it's a shame that it died. And I have to thank you for having the guts of getting rid of the cancer and starting anew. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And I agree with you. I assume Chuck is going to start right away on Crime Watch.
Harvey Bill, 450 Northeast 121st Street. I'm speaking on my behalf and also of Doc Morris, who couldn't wait. You guys had some very difficult decisions to make, and you made them, and you did them quickly. And there's certain people that may not be happy with everything you do. That's part of your job. You've made a great start. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey.
Dan Keys, congratulations. Now get to work.
We did.
Yes, you did. I want to talk about two things. You may speak about it later in the agenda, but you have the magistrate ordinance in its present form as law. If you want to change, you got to change it. So you need to get two readings up and get it done. And I guess you need to authorize that to be put into motion tonight, according to previous resolution. And the same goes for the caveat that board members that resign can't be appointed again. That has to get it rolling today. You have the charter review committee's recommendations. I certainly don't agree with all of the recommendations as a member of that committee. However, there are things that I think you all ought to be fully aware of the reasons why they were proposed for changes. I think the attorney would be well served by speaking with two people in particular, Rebecca and the chairman of the committee, in that they brought up what they felt were legal issues with certain things in the document. So, and that way the attorney can serve you best in your deliberations at the workshop session. We shouldn't automatically throw these things out. Ultimately, you can decide whether you want it on anything on this November thing, but there may be some things based on what your attorney tells you after looking into them that you may want them on there, so that you don't have issues hanging out there. All right, thank you, and welcome, and thank you for running, and thank you for doing the job.
That's kind of
Thank you,
short,
Dan.
Dan. Are you sure you're okay? Okay.
Dan Schneider, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. Like Janie, I had to completely throw out what I prepared to talk about tonight. But I still want to say that what happened tonight, it wasn't pretty, but it needed to happen. I think everybody pretty much knows that. During the brief break that we had, I had a conversation with a neighbor who I had briefly met before, and he told me that he's concerned that the village is falling apart. I assured him that what happened tonight needed to happen, and that a new era of transparency and accountability begins tonight in Biscayne Park. I'm grateful that these ugly issues have been taken care of, and I look forward to this new commission doing positive, creative things that move the village forward. And I'm also very grateful that the case against Dan Samari was dropped, because it was horrible and quite disgusting. in my
Dismissed.
opinion. Dismissed. I'm happy that it was dismissed. So we're here, Dan. We support you, and we're very happy for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. I guess since I was mentioned, I'll get up here and say a few words. Congratulations. I think this is a good sign. We're moving forward. As far as Crime Watch is concerned, it never really died. It was just on a short hiatus for a few years. But, yeah, that will, I think, with the new change, we'll be able to go ahead and move forward. And we'll have to start having meetings again, like we used to do, try to do them quarterly with the police and the residents. So that's good to do. I did want to say one thing about the special magistrate ordinance. The problem is that the way it was constructed, it's not the code board and the special magistrate are not on equal footing. That's one of the reasons it has to be adjusted. They have different functions. So if you were going to make a change and even think about letting you use one or the other, the first thing you got to do is you're going to have to put them on equal footing, because right now they've delineated certain duties. Remember when they did it, guys? So that's one of the problems with that ordinance, and that will have to have two readings and to be changed, I imagine. As far as this it's attached to the agenda, the findings of the Ethics Commission. If you read it closely, I think it's not so much that they didn't find any wrongdoing, it's that some of the things were outside of their purview. And let's face it, that board, the Code on Ethics, the Commission on Ethics, rather, has limited resources. And they have some other bigger fish to fry than some of our little squabbles here, but there are some serious accusations, and I wish, I don't know, we'll see what happens with this.
How come I didn't get this report? I didn't get the report, the ethics report.
We'll see. I mean, there's some things in here that maybe need to be pursued further against our former mayor, possibly. Who knows? And the manager. Anyway, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Uta Nichts, 10716 Northeast 9th Avenue. I've been a resident since 1992. Now I know, after I witnessed what happened tonight, why I'm not coming to the meetings. It was ugly. And if you guys applaud to that, then I don't know what goodness is. And if you want to really stand for the goodness of the village, did you have to do it so ugly tonight? That's my question.
This is not something that we enjoy doing
I think it
at
could
all.
have be handled a little bit. This was for me now, I don't know if I'm wrong or if I'm right, but to me it looked now, ugly was fought with ugliness. So what is that bringing me?
It was ugly what was going on.
I know, but you
And it was a
fought back
very
ugly.
difficult decision for
I'm not
most of
sure.
us.
I'm just want to put this out because this part of the room is giving you the, yay. I don't feel like this. I know something had to be done. I know it was not right what was done against
No, it was very
Dan.
sad, very
and you
mean,
remember what I was
mean.
actually willing to do that day?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
I don't know about tonight. I have a bad feeling in my gut. I don't know if it could have done handled a little nicer.
There was
I don't know.
There was no other way we could have done that.
Because right now I'm only hearing that it was all good what you did.
Yeah, but you understood what was going
I
on with
understand,
Dan. You
but
were
I don't
there.
want to fight ugly with ugly. There
And
has
it
to be
was
something good with it.
very mean. To say a nice word, it was mean.
I'm not want to have an argument about this. I'm just want to put out there if it could not have been handled a little. I'm not coming to no meetings anymore because I'm actually had a stomach. I could have puked after this had happened, and I don't want to be expose myself to this negativity.
I hope you will come back.
No, maybe.
Uda, may I say?
Thank you.
Uda, may I say something to you? First of all, just thank you for the comments because I know it's not easy to stand up and make comments that are contrary to the majority of the people in the room.
exactly.
So I've been that person, and I know. But sometimes you stand on principle and you say what you believe. So I respect that you did that. Thank you for coming, and I really do hope you come back to meetings and you hold us to task. Look, I'm new here, and I asked for this position to get some stuff done. So hold me to it. Please come back. You know, you and I sat in
Give
your
us
front
a
porch and
chance.
had a conversation when I was running, and I said, give me a chance. So I hope you do, and you come back and continue to give us feedback, because we need to hear all sides of things. I learned so much campaigning, talking to people and hearing about things the way I had not thought them through before. So consider coming back to meetings again, please.
I'm watching the meetings on YouTube anyway, but I never felt the presence like tonight. Christian
I understand.
never did something bad to me. I know he did whatever. I'm not so sure of whatever went down, but this was ugly tonight.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Uda.
Rox Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. I just want to share with you how proud I am to be where I am employed in my day job at Stearns Weaver, working with Drew Dilworth, who saw an injustice being done and stepped up to help Dan in his struggle. I wanted to read for you the order of Judge Arzola after the hearing on the 30th. It says, the court held an evidentiary hearing and had the testimony of Mr. Samaria. While it appears that Mr. Samaria is facing a foreclosure from his residence within Biscayne Park, located at 1030 Northeast 121st Street, the unrefuted testimony was that he lived at his residence on 1/9/20 when the initial petition in this case was filed, and still lives there today, the day of the hearing. In fact, papers were delivered to Mr. Samaria at the address in question by the city manager himself a few days after the petition was filed. For this reason alone, the court finds that this suit is not ripe and was prematurely filed. Mr. Samaria still lived at the address at issue within Biscayne Park on the date the suit was filed, and he continued to live there as of the date of the hearing. As a result, the case is dismissed, and it's without prejudice because circumstances can change. I just wanted to thank Drew publicly for stepping up and putting in his efforts in order to achieve this result for Dan. And Dan, we're all glad that you're still here. We hope to see you here for a long time. And to our new electeds and newly installed mayor, Commissioner Kennedy, Mayor Halpin, thank you. I look forward to really great things from you. I knew today was going to be painful, but I feel positive about the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rox.
Thank you, Rox.
Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. I really intended to talk about a couple of other things, which I'll mention, and the easiest two to talk about are that I hope that you will, and I have a sense you will because you sort of talked about it, but I hope you will reverse this this magistrate issue. We have all said a number of times that this was a solution to a non-problem. So I hope that you will simply restore that. The other thing I wanted to say to you, because you have set aside the opportunity for a special gathering to talk about the charter, is that I hope that you will ignore everything that came from the recent Charter Review Committee, the supposed Charter Review Committee, because really it was ill-founded. It did not come from the right place. It did not involve the right kinds of people with the right kind of perspective, and we all talked about that at the time. So I hope you will think about it again and decide just to scrap the whole thing. If you're really interested in looking at the charter, choose a proper group of your neighbors and let us take another look. But I think the charter group that recently concluded really did not have anything of value to offer. The other thing that I was imagining in advance that I might have said to a slightly different group of people was that I hoped that Tracy Trutman would resign, but I don't have to say that. However, the other thing that I will say, although I'm only talking to the three of you, is now that we have a special election that we have to hold again, it would be really fitting, and I mean, not that it's any value to tell this to you because there's nothing you can do about it, but it would be very fitting if Will Tudor would do the proper, decent thing finally and resign too, so we can start out with a functional, goal-directed commission that has the interests of the village at heart instead of whatever was the interest of the people who were up here before. I do want to agree with our neighbor Uta, who talked about how ugly and unpleasant tonight was. It absolutely was. Janie and Bob Anderson both likened it to surgery, and there is nothing pleasant or desirable about surgery. The only thing that can be said for it is it's better than the disease it's intended to treat. And that's sort of where we are with what happened tonight. I essentially don't fault you for the positions you took. They were very harsh positions. Frankly, I wonder if I would have had the resolve to take them just the same as you did. But I do think we had some necessary house cleaning to do, and thanks for doing it.
Thank you, Fred.
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. I wasn't going to even talk because, like most people, I had 2 pages written, and it's been resolved. But just one thing before I forget. Drew Dilworth really performed a great service for Commissioner Samaria, and also Sally Heyman. I was really impressed with the way she stepped up and went out of her way to fight for the problems he was having, and really came through. And what was done to Commissioner Samaria was really much more ugly than what was done here tonight. And the manager's contract calls for ways to terminate, and to terminate with cause, with just cause. And those were the reasons that the commissioners used tonight. It doesn't have anything to do with our charter. You were going by things in his contract, and he violated things in his contract. And he did things, for the life of me, I don't know why anybody would do that, because it was a completely bogus case, along with the attorney who we're paying to keep us out of trouble. And instead, I'd like to know how much money was wasted on this. And as far as Commissioner Tudor being so upset about this, he was sitting here for weeks watching these things happen, and yet never came forward. When he talked about the Code Compliance Board not staying around and working with the commission, they just quit in a huff. The Code Board found out they were being replaced because the manager brought an agenda item saying that he was moving for a magistrate, not a code board and a magistrate, just a magistrate. And as soon as he gave it to the commission all thought that was, except for Commissioner Samaria, they thought it was a great idea, and they just proceeded that way, without ever discussing it with the code board, without ever talking about the different sides. And the board did resign, with good reason, because they've never had support from the trouble with the commissioners that were in place, the manager, the attorney, when people are critics of the situation, they become the victims. They're the ones attacked. And hopefully it's going to stop. I feel hopeful that with these commissioners that it'll change. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
May I say something to Barbara very quickly? Barbara, I can only speak for myself, but I have every intention to find out to the penny what that lawsuit cost us.
Mayor, I was really going to save this for my public comments, but I decided since there's people here that I need to say this now, if it's okay with the Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank all the residents who have given me the courage, the moral support during my recent difficult situation. This is the true meaning of neighbors helping neighbors in the community. This is why this community is so special and why I have chosen to live here for over 12 years. And I plan to be here for a long, long time. I have 2.5 years left on my term to serve the residents of Biscayne Park. And if the residents decide to elect me again for another 4 years, I plan on running in 2022. It would be again an honor to represent the residents. Again, I would like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is those finished public comments?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
You all do have a set of policies and procedures for your running of your meeting, and while I certainly understand the unique circumstances of tonight, and as a general rule, your rules do say that you don't engage necessarily in a back and forth with the speakers, but that's your prerogative. I'm going to certainly recognize that. But as Commissioner Samaria has indicated, historically, that the responses from the commissioners have generally come at when you get to the agenda part for commissioner comments. But that's up to you all. If you wish to have a section in your agenda dealing with right after public comment to respond to them, then we can make that modification to your rules if that's what you wish. So that's something for you to consider. But more importantly, I'm interrupting you right now because we are at 10:58, and in accordance with those policies and procedures, it would be appropriate for you all to extend the meeting at this point in time. Generally, that motion is to a specific time, and then we would take up another extension if need be. So have at it.
Does that require a motion?
I really think we had one order of business to do before we adjourn, and that is going to Max request for ordinance change that's on the agenda?
No.
No.
Madam
Yeah,
Mayor?
We need to first, he's saying we need to first extend the meeting. There's a rule of the meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's certain.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it would require a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting to a maximum of midnight, which is 1 hour from now, to get through as much of this as we can, reprioritize and push through some stuff. I think we can get a bunch of stuff done really very quickly if we move along.
Second.
Could you call a roll, Roseanne? All in favor?
We had a motion and a second.
Yeah. Okay, we agreed.
Okay, off we go. Let's go fast.
We still got to do the consent.
Yeah, we
Okay,
have
but
to
there is a-
go now to consent agenda.
We got to do the consent agenda.
I understand that. Before that is item number 9 that we're pushing to a special workshop. We need to set a date for that.
It was request to remove
No.
Yeah,
it
we didn't
was-
set a
and push for March.
Charter
Yeah,
review.
No,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
review was a special workshop.
Correct.
Yeah,
I think the discussion
Before the
is,
March meeting.
do you want to have a workshop prior to then? And if so, now would be the, you can discuss that issue
I think
quickly,
we should
set
do
a
it very
date.
quickly.
Can I make a suggestion, Mac, on that special meeting? I mean, on the workshop, can we call it a special meeting, and hopefully, if we get your agenda item on the one-year probation?
Well, a workshop is different than a meeting, but I'll ask the attorney to chime in on that.
You can
That
call,
could be our
It
first.
limits the kind of input you get from the community.
well, a workshop is a meeting where you can, if you so decide, take input from the public or not. But more importantly, you can only discuss and essentially reach a consensus on certain items, but no direction
No action
and no
taken.
official action can
No
be
vote.
taken. To take official action, you have to have a formally called council meeting or commission meeting. So it's your pleasure.
I'm just thinking that if we discuss the ordinance, we can put that, if we have a special meeting on the charter,
We could have a first reading.
we can have the first reading,
Can we do
and
it?
that's
Could
one step closer.
could we do a first reading? Let's say we did a special meeting in 2 weeks, and we approved an ordinance tonight. Could we have a first reading in 2 weeks?
You-
Or more time required?
No, the ordinance that you would direct staff to modify only needs one advertisement and public notice.
That's the
and that would be
second
for
reading.
second reading, so.
Okay, then can we'll postpone this for the end of the meeting? On number
Well,
9?
Why don't we just set a date for a special meeting? if you
Because
want
we
to-
haven't discussed the other purpose yet.
What day do you suggest?
Yeah.
So you're tabling for the moment
For the moment till we bring up
on
the
number 9,
discussion.
on item number 9, and until you get to commission comments. I'm sorry,
14.
item 14, that's correct. New business.
Resolution 213-22, procedures for ordinances. Mac, yours is listed first, so we'll take yours.
No, that's right.
We have to follow the order of the meeting.
The item right now
We
is,
can't
that
go into
on you
that,
is
okay.
is item number 10,
Ready.
the consent agenda. Appropriate, since nothing was pulled, it would be appropriate for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second it.
I approve.
We got to vote, right?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye. Okay,
Tenant.
we have the acceptance of commission minutes.
That's part of the consent agenda.
Just did that. We're on 10C.
It goes until 10E, Resolution 2020-03, the consent agenda.
Right.
So you just approve the whole package.
14.
Correct.
Now you-
Everything under consent agenda, item 10,
Yes.
10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, and 10E has been approved. You're now into ordinances. There are none. And you're now into resolutions 12A. Proposed resolution 2020-04, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute the lease agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management for one police vehicle for the police department and providing for an effective date.
Make a motion, we. Okay, wait, since we have temporary new city manager, can you comment on that?
I don't have any right now. I think I could defer to Nick. Please, Nick, because it's the police vehicle.
I ironically have some familiarity with this issue because the original base contract with Enterprise was approved when I was your village attorney. And so you have a master agreement with Enterprise for the leasing of all the vehicles that the town uses. And what is being asked of you tonight is a request to exercise or take action under that master lease agreement to obtain a new police vehicle, presumably because the current one that it's intended to replace is at its last legs.
Not only that,
You can take it off. You
not
gotta
only
pick it
that,
up.
but also the vehicle we had budgeted for is a rollover from the previous year. So one's expiring. This is just to take the place of that one.
So the item has been budgeted for, and we just need your approval to be able to move forward with acquiring that additional vehicle under the existing lease agreement with Enterprise.
And, may I ask Nick a question real quickly? Nick, did I understand you correctly? This is not an additional vehicle it's replacing, so it's no net gain in vehicles here. It's replacing something that had to go.
I mean, at this point in time, it is an increase in a vehicle.
Okay. One more
vehicle. If we choose to surplus one of the vehicles that is past its prime, as the attorney mentioned,
Yep.
you could do
Which
that.
we just did.
No,
I do not believe that was
Oh, I'm
ours.
sorry, we didn't
Another
get to
one.
it. Okay, I'm sorry.
This is
I'm sorry.
another
Okay,
vehicle.
gotcha. So if we did that, it would be no net gain. Okay, and why do we lease vehicles rather than purchase them outright? If there's a quick answer.
The quick answer is at the time, the then commission made a determination that it was more cost effective to lease rather than to acquire because of the maintenance and depreciation
usually a
not carried by
standard-
you all.
Okay, did we make a motion on this resolution?
Yes, it would be a
I make a
perfect
motion that we accept resolution 2020-04, authorization to purchase police vehicle.
I second.
Someone say all in
Call the
favor.
roll.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, can you read Attorney the second? Next resolution.
What did you say?
We're on
We're
to
14, new business.
New 14
Any
new
other
business.
business?
10D.
New business?
Can we get 10D?
14A. Matt, your report.
Okay, this is a recommendation to change an ordinance. Okay, it is Article 3, Section 2-30D3. It is a change to the commissions, boards, and committees. This is a topic that's come up a couple of times tonight. The real quick story here is that for people who are on boards or committees, if they resign from that board or committee for any reason, they may not apply to be on that board or committee for 1 full year. People resign boards for a number of reasons. One of them is that they decide to run for public office to be a commissioner, and that means they could be a very valuable member of a committee or a board, and they would decide to run for office, not win the office, and then they can't come back on the board where they may have served with distinction. We don't have a big enough gene pool to be that picky, quite frankly. It's absurd that we would not let people back onto a board. We've had a couple examples recently where we had some qualified people who could not go back onto a board, and right now we're faced with the situation where we have people who resigned from the Code Compliance Board. Is that the correct name of the word? The Code Compliance Board. And they did so for a number of reasons, and that I supported. And those people should be allowed to apply to be back on the board, not be appointed back to the board outright, but to apply to be back on that same board. There's no good reason that anyone has ever stated to me that this rule even exists. So the fix is quite easy. We delete one sentence from the ordinance. We delete the sentence that says a member who resigns will not be eligible for appointment to the same board or committee for a 1-year period. If we delete that, problem is solved. There are some other things in the ordinance that might be addressed at some future date, and I know that Ginny recommended some other things. If you want to address them, perhaps we have the conversation all in one. I chose to be very specific and just kind of slice out this one thing nice and quick, take care of that little problem that we have right now. So that's the suggestion that I'm making.
I agree. I make a motion to accept the changes.
So you're making a motion to strike.
Yeah, well, the motion would be to direct staff to process an amendment to that section of the code as suggested by Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
And I would like to, can I make a motion on my own behalf, or does someone else have to make it? You already made it. Okay, may I ask him to add something to it, or to consider
Well, you
adding
can
something
second
to
it and then propose an amendment.
Okay, I'll second it, and then I would amend that with, that we would direct staff to come back with that change for first reading at the next meeting that we hold, whether that be the next scheduled commission meeting or a meeting that is scheduled between now and then, so we can get this thing moving faster and push it through.
Yeah.
Do you accept that amendment, Dan?
Yeah, I accept.
Okay. Then we have a motion, we have a second.
I agree.
All in favor? Aye. Done. Let's see that, please.
Yes.
That's you that we've just directed to do that,
Yes.
correct? Okay, we'd like to see that at the next meeting,
We
please.
can.
Lovely. That's how you get stuff done. Off we go. Next item, please.
Okay,
We actually took us out of order. Do you want to address Resolution 2013-22?
Which is?
The first item of yours, I think.
Yeah, that's your item.
14A,
Well,
the
that's-
first
yeah,
bullet
discussion.
point is,
We
We just did that.
14A.
The second one was,
We didn't do the
that's it.
resolution.
14A is what we just did.
Mine was the same as
Hers was the same. It had some other things. She passed on it.
Okay.
The resolution is with the procedures to reverse one ordinance to change it.
That's great. Yep, it's done.
Yeah, okay. That, I stand.
Okay.
discussion on the weekly.
Yeah, so this is my item as well. I asked for a discussion on the weekly manager's report. It's a report that the manager puts out every week to the mayor and commissions, and it's made public, so I consider it to be a public report as well. As a resident, I had ongoing issues with the weekly report. I affectionately refer to it as the copy and paste report, and it did not give an accurate reflection of goings on in the village that week. And what particularly peed me off, I'm getting tired here, what's the word? I don't want to say pissed off, but was the canceled January meeting, the week that Ginny and I should have been sworn in. The weekly manager's report came out, made no reference to the fact that two commissioners were in fact sworn in that Thursday, didn't mention that a meeting never took place. It was as if we were in la-la land. That's not a report to the community. So, we have an interim manager now, and I would like to table this conversation to when we have a permanent manager. I don't want to task you with something, but I like this because you are going to have your hands full with your old job, your new job. You have a lot going on. So I'm going to ask if I could table this. We could have this conversation when we have a permanent manager, but at the same time, I would ask you that while you continue to do these reports, you make your best effort to try to paint an accurate picture of what's really going on and try to, avoid the copy-paste routine, please.
Okay, and change of attorney is already done.
No, I think that the manager understands
Okay.
what you're asking him to do,
Okay.
the interim manager to do in the interim.
Okay. I think we took care of the mayor situation.
Okay, under reports, I don't think we need a village attorney report. Ray Robinson?
Well, let me add, there is one item in the report that doesn't pertain to position.
Which report?
The village attorney.
Yes.
So we're on item
16A.
16.
E.
Correct.
We kind of leapt right over 14D. Is there anything there that we need to discuss, Ginny? That was the village manager position. He's
No,
now
that's removed.
Right.
It's moved, right.
Okay.
It was moved.
Okay.
So we're on item 16. Obviously, you've already discussed 16A, the resignation. What I want to point out is 16B is that there is current a matter that is before the circuit court sitting in its appellate capacity. And what that basically says is that they're going to make a ruling on, in this case, the Marie Manuel III versus the Village of Biscayne Park, based upon the pleadings, and that there will be no oral argument. So as soon as a court ruling comes out, we'll advise you of that as soon as possible.
So this requires no action from
No
us?
action, just a report.
Got it.
Nothing further. And then, obviously there's the...
Can we go back to the Gray Robinson resignation letter so I can ask a question, Ginny?
Sure.
I have something to add.
Okay, so they resigned, and this evening we waived the 30 days. So we need some clarification on, are they officially now no longer our employee and billing stops today? Or anything new stops today? Can you explain to us how that's going to work? The pending legal matters that they have been involved in up to now, when does their responsibility get handed over to you in an interim capacity? And my final question is, I'm laying a lot of stuff on you quickly. We need to discuss the bills and how they get paid, because I think there needs to be a pretty good, hard look at those bills to make sure we understand what we're paying. Once we pay that final bill in full, we're done with Gray Robinson, and we need to make sure we're not paying for things we shouldn't pay for.
Gray Robinson is officially no longer the village's official attorney, effective the action you took earlier this evening. I will reach out to Ms. Mandel, as she indicated, to have the files that Gray Robinson has transferred to us, just as we made the offer and happened with Mr. Hearn to me when I first became your attorney. And when the remaining invoices, they will presumptively bill you all through this evening. I can't speak whether or not they will seek to potentially bill for time that they may spend on the transition. And I'll have that discussion with Ms. Mandel and report back to you.
Can I ask
when
you?
I did it, I don't recall billing for that time, but
Can we get a list of any pending lawsuits that they might think that they're involved with, or any actions that they're involved
yeah,
with? So
and
we
we'll,
know what is outstanding or they're claiming is
correct.
outstanding.
We'll and independent of my discussions with them, I'll also check the Miami-Dade County Clerk of the Courts for any pending matters that represent. I'll also reach out to the League of Cities that may be representing the village on matters that are covered by your insurance carrier, the Florida League of Cities. They use Florida League of Cities in all matters that I was involved in when I was the village attorney that was represented, that you had League of Cities coverage. They use a particular law firm that is based out of Fort Lauderdale. I will reach out to them first thing tomorrow to make sure that they are continuing to cover and communicate with me, and I will make a notice of appearance, an official court document, and all other pending matters that may be out there, so the pleadings will come to me as opposed to Gray Robinson moving forward.
And I would also like to have what their billing is going to be in reference to the lawsuit.
We'll receive those. I'm sure that's one of the things that we will be getting in short order is their invoice for times that they billed through the end of January. Which they're probably in the process of already generating, and then also certainly for the last several days between February 1st and now.
Commissioner, I think what you're Commissioner, I think what you're asking for, I'm sorry, I think what you're looking for is a breakdown.
Yeah, I want more than a breakdown.
That's what the
17th to January 17th, and the last bill went up to $16,000. Nothing in there was about the lawsuit.
Okay.
We have to get the invoices first.
Right. And then we'll go through.
Yeah, and if you're asking for the invoices that have already been received, we'll also look at those as well and report back to you.
As one, I think it was one resident mentioned, I don't think we should pay any more of the bills until we get a complete list.
Well, let's make sure we're doing things properly.
First first steps first is actually getting the invoices and reviewing them, and then let staff and the manager and I will report back to you.
But we got a call from a reporter today, and Christian had suggested that we not answer him because we might, see, it's,
We might step in it on legal matters.
yeah, please do not respond to them as there is ongoing litigation that this could affect. So I sent him an email asking what litigation we had. And his answer was, we have several items. We should set up a weekly meeting between you and I so I can brief you in. But the biggest is another suit from the Elyzio Police Chief. I know the name, I'm saying it wrong. In 2014. Whenever we get into the press, that comes up again, and there is an active litigation with the potential for much more. I have absolutely no idea what we still have open on that, but that was Christian's message to me.
To some degree, I would echo the comment of Mr. Manders, and that until we know that you all are brought up to speed, the new members, on what is the current litigation,
yeah.
I would recommend to you that the best course of conduct at this point in time is no comment.
Would it be appropriate for us to schedule a shade meeting for you to, once you're aware of all that, to go over all of that with us?
We'll determine. I'll individually brief you, and then we can collectively at a commission meeting in the future decide whether or not we need to have an executive session on any of the pending litigation matters.
May I ask a question? About a bill. Does anyone, I didn't bring the attorney bills with me. I got all of 2019 through the statement that ends on January 17th. Has the December bill been paid? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have not been privy to any of the
Do you know
bills.
if the December bill was paid?
No,
Okay.
it's not being paid
It's
yet.
not
It's
been
not
paid?
been paid. Okay.
Good.
I want to make sure that someone goes through that very carefully. I asked the question of Christian and the attorney if anything regarding Biscayne Park versus Dan Samaria had been billed and paid for, and I could not get a straight answer from anybody. And I don't see it detailed on anything. Everything seems to be rather detailed on the cover sheet, but there is one topic called general that is the largest number every month, and I'd like to dig deep and see what's inside that. I want to make sure that we're fully aware of, even if the law firm performed work for us, at someone's authorization, if someone in the village authorized it and they can lay claim to it, then we need to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's there. However, that is a completely separate topic than knowing what we paid for in that lawsuit.
Commissioner Samaria has the bill from December. Has not been paid yet, but he has the bill.
Okay.
I can just tell you in general, because I was a partner at that law firm, generally, and it applies to my firm. Most places, most law firms, particularly with the litigation matter, will open a separate billing number for litigation matters, so it can be separated out and tracked. And so I would expect that at some point in time here in the very near future, we will receive an invoice, or in Gray Robinson's invoices, a invoice for the Dan Samaria litigation. That's what I would anticipate. I don't know for sure until we get them. And obviously, once we get them, we will look at them and keep you and follow up as well.
Can we get request a detailed item list on general of what it is?
Well,
Under that
again,
billing,
the general.
what's general? What is general?
Again, I don't know whether or not Gray Robinson followed after I left the same process that I did, but under the general invoice, there is detailed time entries for what they spent, and they billed to the general. So, for example, hypothetically, in the general invoice, you would see, attend a commission meeting or draft of the new code enforcement ordinance. because that would generally fall under the general heading. We'd have to see what they opened up for particular matters. I don't know whether or not, for example,
we need to do some research.
Let me ask if this is feasible, of asking someone, a resident, to be the head of a committee of 3 or 4 their own choosing, to look at the bills to determine whether we should hire a forensic accountant on these bills.
I would let us take a look at the staff level first, because you do have code sections that are very specific about how you go appointing committees and advisory boards. So to the extent that you are going to do that, you would have to follow that process. So let us take a look at them. I understand what you're asking for, the level of analysis that you're asking for. Let's not put the cart before the horse, and we need to get the invoices first, and then we can report to you.
Mayor, Madam Mayor, since we are in the sunshine, we went through the acting manager, how long it's going to stay, what the salary, etc. Can we talk about the village attorney? How long it's going to stay? Is definite? Is acting? Is interim?
I will tell you that I am, you appointed me as your interim attorney. Presumptively, at some point in time, you will proceed to put out the position to some qualification process that if you all are happy with our services, my firm's services, we would respond to. In the meantime, what I stated, and I'll state again for the record, is that we will work under the existing engagement letter that on the same terms and conditions that Gray Robinson has with you, and I actually still think that
you're the signature on that agreement, so I assume.
And it never got changed.
Yes.
And so what we will do is submit an identical engagement letter on Fox Rothschild's letterhead, and you all can authorize the mayor to sign that consistent with your action here, and I think that's what the clerk is asking for. So there's a record of your action for her purposes.
Yes.
Question on that, Mr. Attorney. Does your firm plan on putting an application into?
It's premature for me to say that.
May I? Okay, so is that a done deal?
Yeah,
You're going to submit that, and
the consent. If you all could,
as long as
make a motion,
as long as it's what you proposed before, I'm in total agreement with that. Ginny can sign off
And
on
our
that.
agreement has his signature anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
that
and
they've
and
been working at
we'll submit, and
So
you'll sign the
Okay.
new engagement letter.
Since we're on the topic of compensation for special positions, may I say something about David filling in as our interim manager?
Certainly.
Okay, so David, you have agreed, is my microphone on? Okay.
Yes, it is.
So David, you have agreed to take on this additional role at your current compensation package, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I think it's only fair if David's going to do that, and right now, Christian is still employed here, and he is being paid during this process, and he has 15 days to respond and request a hearing, and then it has to happen 10 to 15 days after that. We're looking at a maximum time of 30 days. I think it's only fair that if David's going to accept his current compensation package to do a greater job in addition to overseeing his existing department, that if his tenure in this interim position extends past Christian's permanent removal from the job, that we at that point have a compensation about how we would fairly compensate him beyond that point while we go through a process. I don't think it's fair to expect him to do all this extra work at the same pay. So thank you for agreeing to do it that way now, but I think we should just agree that whenever Christian ends, at that point we need to have a quick conversation about an actual compensation package while he runs out his interim position until we hire a permanent replacement, whether it's him or someone else.
I agree.
Do we need to vote on that, make a motion? Or is it,
I think you need a motion on that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion Well, since you brought it.
I make a motion that if and when Christian Manners is officially terminated from his position, that at that point we have we come to an agreement about a permanent interim compensation package for David Hernandez while he fills out his role in an interim position until we make a permanent hire for village manager.
On the issue. Could we just, instead of saying when he's finished, why don't we say 30 days?
Because he might tomorrow resign. Christian could be gone anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, and it expires. It runs its course in 15 days if he doesn't reply. It's only fair that we properly compensate David. He's going to be doing a lot of work for us, and we just threw him into a boiling pot of water. So
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Agree. Well,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, great. Okay, where are we?
We're on 15.
16B, village manager.
16. I think that's
David, what's your report?
that's a moot. Okay.
Present.
I think the commissioners have had a lot of comments already, so I don't know that we need to do that.
We skipped number 15, actually.
Which is 15.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then the next is
no,
the...
we didn't do 15.
What?
We didn't do 15.
There are specific items you'd like to be placed on the
Specific
next
items. Okay.
We're going to go back to...
Placing a date.
We have to place a date.
You guys decided to hold off and place a date. You want to do it before the next commission meeting.
So we need to-
Roseanne, the next commission meeting is scheduled for when?
March
March
4th?
3rd.
March 3rd. So I would suggest, what, a week prior?
I don't know why we couldn't do it sooner than that. The sooner the better.
Just to let everybody know.
We are gonna have a special meeting that we're going to discuss the charter review.
And we're going to put code on that meeting.
Okay, it has to be done before the 22nd. 22nd on. Four people?
Is that 4 people to hold a special meeting, or is it a quorum of 3? No, we're calling it here in a public meeting, so I think we can agree to do a special meeting.
You're
now.
calling
And
the
it's-
special meeting, and then the member that's not here, Vice Mayor Tudor, I can contact him and get his.
And if we have any 3 of us show up, it's a
Confirmation.
quorum. We only have 4 commissioners right now. Any 3 shows up, it's a quorum, and we can conduct a special meeting.
So let's pick a date, but be sure it's
Okay.
before the-
Before
Right, now, the date would be...
I will,
we could do next week. I'm good next week.
Can we get it on for next week?
okay, there, on the 17th, it's a holiday.
17th.
I'm going to be out on the 18th. I'm going to be here the 19th anytime, but I'm going to be out
Next week is the week of the 10th.
then the 11th.
11th is good.
I can do
The 11th is what date?
Tuesday the
That's
Tuesday the 11th.
That's a week from today.
That's fine.
We can get that on, that on the agenda,
Yes.
the
we have
ordinance?
time to-
Is that okay, Roseanne, for the 11th? You have enough time?
Well, if you can get the ordinances up
Wait.
to Mr.
No,
Herring.
There's a problem.
Yeah,
There is a problem.
okay.
The charter says in section 4.01 subsection 2, special meetings may be held on the call of the mayor or upon the call of 4 members of the commission and upon no less than 24 hours notice to each member in the public
calling it yourself.
or such shorter time. So you would have to call,
I'm calling a meeting
all right,
on the 11th.
and, yeah.
2 weeks.
So
And Mr. Herring?
1 week.
Yep.
Mr.
Sorry,
Herring?
the 11th? Hold on.
Herring? Mr. Herring,
Let's wait
Yes,
till make
sir.
sure everyone's available.
clerk's calling you.
Are you be able to provide the ordinance with the change?
Before then, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And you'll have a copy tomorrow or by the end of the week for sure.
Okay,
So Jenny, you're calling a special meeting for Tuesday, February 11th at 7 p.m. here at Log Cabin?
Right.
Okay.
And that's to discuss charter or ordinance and any other business that we decide to.
So the first reading of the ordinance,
Right.
that John's going to write up, the Charter Review Advisory Board presentation, will go through that. May I suggest that we add something else to that, since we're going to be
I
meeting?
thought it was the magistrate, too.
I think we need to, at that point, discuss a formal process for a search for an attorney and one for the village manager. We have to get those processes started. So we
Okay.
need to agree on those. So we need to discuss the attorney position and the village manager position and come up with a plan, because Roseanne's going to have a lot of work to do to pull all that together. And you guys also want to discuss the magistrate. Okay, can I make a comment about that? I'm making a lot of comments here. I'm just going to go for it. The magistrate, I want to make sure I'm clear on something here. John, I'm going to ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
This magistrate, the way our charter, the ordinance now says we have these two parallel structures, the magistrate and the code review board, the code enforcement board, whatever it's called. We have these two things. Do we have to go through the trouble and work and money, expense, because you're going to charge us for this, of rewriting the ordinance to remove the magistrate, or can we just let that magistrate live in there and not ratify anyone to fill the position and let it just live, and while we continue to populate that board and move forward with the board?
The simple and direct answer to the question is you can leave it the way it is and not fill the position.
Okay, that might be
Period.
the easier, cheaper.
Okay,
However,
but we could fill-
however, I've not looked at the updated ordinance, so I think it's important that there be a discussion of whether or not this current commission is happy with it as it's written. So when you do implement it, it's set up in a manner that you all like.
Okay.
Because if not, then it needs to be amended before you can implement it, whether it's with a special magistrate, with a code board, or a combination thereof.
Do we have to put a specific name on the magistrate, or can we have it where if we have a problem, that's a big problem, and we want to call the magistrate? I mean, can't we have that in the?
Well, okay.
We have the option of calling them in?
This discussion begs the question, which is we need to take a look at the ordinance, understand what it says, and make sure that we're all happy with it.
Okay,
But
well-
to your question, yes, you can. I serve as a special magistrate in another jurisdiction.
They call you when they need you.
And well, we have, because they need me
They
every
need
month.
you, okay.
But they also have a code board.
Yeah.
And there are instances where, very rare, where as the special magistrate, I have a potential conflict of interest in hearing certain cases because someone in my firm, and this also when I was at Gray Robinson, is involved in that client is the one that's being the subject of the code enforcement action, and I have to ask staff, hey, move that to the code board, or conversely, they then give me the more difficult hearings than the easier ones.
But there is a way that we could just call.
Well, that's
if we have it in
staff.
our-
That's staff. Staff makes makes those determinations as a general rule.
Okay.
Subject to guidance that you all may give us as staff.
So you're suggesting that we put it on the agenda for next Tuesday, the 11th, and have a bigger conversation
Madam Mayor,
about
may I-
it?
Certainly, it's a discussion
Okay,
item.
it
at a
sounds
bare
like
minimum.
we should probably, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
May I say
There are 5
something?
items on the,
There's a bigger problem in that ordinance than just how you properly phrase the magistrate versus code board. If I recall correctly, they also delineated which duties the board would have and which duties the magistrate would
That's
have.
the point.
we're gonna dig
That's-
through it all
that's-
next
That's going
week.
to be part of the discussion
That's
on
the
the
point of the discussion.
We're going to dig through it all next week. Okay, so Jenny, can I read back the list to make sure I'm clear? Because I want to start doing my research now. Okay, so we're going to discuss 5 things at the meeting next Tuesday, February 11th at 7 p.m. The magistrate ordinance, we're going to tear that apart and make sure we understand and decide how to move forward. We're going to discuss a process to hire a village attorney. We're going to go through the charter review board presentation, advisory board presentation. I would like to have someone from the board here for that. Oh, Dan, you're right there. Hi, Dan. First reading of the ordinance to delete the sentence that we don't like, and determine a process to replace the village manager. Those are the 5 topics. That's a big meeting.
Right before the discussion of the manager, which one did you mention, please?
First reading of the ordinance regarding board members.
Eliminating.
Board member.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just deleting that sentence. He said he'd have that to you tomorrow. Okay, so that's a nice meeting, Ginny.
Okay,
Tuesday the 11th, a week
At what
from
time?
tonight at
7.
7 o'clock. Everyone's available?
Everyone's available. I just want to make sure you guys say 11, 7 o'clock.
Okay, we have a little extra time. Can I throw something at you, Ginny?
Sure.
Madam Mayor?
Usually, special meetings, they start earlier.
I'm sorry?
The special meetings,
That's
they
why-
start earlier.
I can start at 6.
6:30.
I can start at 6.
Anybody have any objections? to
6 o'clock?
6:30?
6 o'clock? Get out earlier.
6 o'clock.
It's up to the commission.
Commissioner Samarian, 6? Are you okay with it?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
So it's 6 o'clock.
We're set for 6 o'clock on the 11th,
Okay.
February.
I presume the clerk will send out a
She's going to
Hey,
read
just
that.
wanna
calendar invite to all of us.
Okay.
So we can make sure it
Can
gets
I-
on our calendar.
We have a little extra
my
time.
guest.
Thank
Be
you.
my
Thank you.
guest.
This is going to be fun. We're going to get stuff done. I don't know if I'm allowed to like bring up something completely new and have a quick conversation about it. John, is that okay?
Mayor?
If she says it's okay?
Whatever.
I would like to, I'm going to actually make a quick motion. I would like to make a motion that the decorum rules that are printed at the top of every meeting agenda be moved to the bottom of every meeting agenda. It's not the first thing on the page. It's the last thing on the agenda.
Wasn't there an ordinance or?
That's something separate altogether. That's the, we're coming for second
There
reading
may
on that
be
in March.
there may be a resolution as to where it needs to be placed. So let me take a look at
Can
that.
we discuss that next week as well?
Well, I mean, you can
And this
you
is
can
not, this is not meant towards you.
Well,
what I'm about to
it's
say.
very you can direct. We'll research it, and if it's a resolution, we'll. If you want to place it on the, I would just simply suggest that you roll it over to the regular meeting in March.
Or do it on the special meeting next week.
Another item.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry, 1 second. And so can we add that to the special meeting next week?
Absolutely.
Add that, Roseanne? The decorum
decorum.
rules, put them, a discussion to put them at the end?
Already.
Okay. And then the one other thing, Ginny, I wanted to ask you, and I promise this is the last thing I'll bring up. I can't really promise that because I probably will renege on that. But I would like to make a motion that this evening we thank Paul for his work here with us on the dais and make a decision that we no longer need a sergeant at arms who sits here on the dais with us, that we are happy with the police officer in the back of the room and we all feel abundantly safe, and thank him for his service up here and no longer require them.
You stole my thunder. That's what I was going to
So moved.
So can we do that just by a vote, or do we have to ask the police commander? I don't know that it was ever officially.
Look, if there's any question about it, then the proper thing is to make a motion, have it second, and vote on it.
Okay, I make a motion that we thank him for his services.
No, wait, come on. Make a motion directing the city manager
Okay.
to request
Two and,
the police chief
right.
to remove that we do not need
Okay.
his
This is
services
gonna
in
be
the private.
convoluted. Okay,
Please.
so I make a motion that we direct the interim village manager
Correct.
to direct the police chief to thank Paul for his service to us here in keeping us all safe on the dais and advise him that his services will no longer be needed here at the meetings. But
No.
there will always be a police officer at the police chief is in charge of that. He determines how many police need to be in the audience, but not here on the dais with us.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Do
Is there
we
a
have a
second?
second? All
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So be that. Okay. And I mean that.
Adjourn?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank
we need a
you.
motion
You
to
did what you were
Is,
told.
is there any other business?
We need the announcements.
Hold on.
Announcements.
The clerk, I'm sorry, Roseanne?
The announcements.
Yes, the announcements of at this point in time, the clerk reads into the record the announcements for upcoming meetings and matters that of
Go ahead.
importance.
Biscayne Park Foundation, Monday, February the 10th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. at the Village Hall. Public Art Advisory Board, Wednesday, February 12, 2020, 6 p.m. Village Hall. Planning and Zoning Board, Monday, February 17, 2020, 6:30 p.m. Log Cabin. Parks and Parkway Advisory Board, Thursday, February 20, 2020, 5:30, Village Hall. Public Safety Advisory Board, Wednesday, February 26, 2020, 6 p.m., Village Hall. And next special commission meeting on February 11, 2020, 6 p.m. at the Log Cabin. And next regular commission meeting will be on Tuesday, March 3, 2020, 7 p.m. at Log Cabin.
I want to say something just last. I want to thank everybody that stayed for this late commission. I promise you this is not going to happen again, but we had a lot of business that we had
But
to
we're
do.
probably lying.
Okay, hold on. Hello? A motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Don't hold us again.